Dr. Lagat, and the Senator for Samburu, Dr. Stephen Lelewe, are not here. Mr. Speaker, we may be here making speeches and trivializing a very grave matter. It took a desperate young man in Tunisia to burn himself to cause a big change in that country. Mr. Speaker, we are willing to come back subject to the 3 days notice. We are willing to come back on Friday, on Saturday, on Sunday, any day, any hour. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution says this House can sit anywhere, anytime, any hour, as decided by this House for the interest of the country. I saw the other day, I listened with disbelief as senators tried to flaunt and flag curfew regulations and applying curfew on this House. Mr. Speaker, if this House is called to decide whether or not the President should deploy the Kenya Defense Forces in war to defend our country, this House can meet at 4 a.m. in the morning, any day, with curfew, without curfew. And Mr. Speaker, with due respect to the COVID protocols, there is no way this House can be treated as if we are coming here for disco, so that at 9 p.m., if you're in a disco, you go home. Mr. Speaker, Parliament of Kenya must face the executive head-on. The Parliament of Kenya must face the judiciary head-on. There is no way we are going to entertain any arm of government to run this institution. We will not allow it. We are not kidding. We are not playing games. Arrest us, kill us, torture us. We will not yield. Mr. Speaker, the kind of anger we have caused in this country, I dread, God forbid, is the kind of anger that made the citizens of Burkina Faso to burn down parliament. And when the president of Burkina Faso, that was 3 years ago, I'm not talking about prehistory. When the president of Burkina Faso heard the parliament is in flames, he fled. His name is Blaise Compaoré. And that's how he was voted out of office, by fire. Mr. Speaker, by fire, by force. Bring the senator of Kakamega, bring the senator of Samburu, and bring the senator of Bomet. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adjourn until when our 3 colleagues will be here. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point. I know the trick. Those who are peddling a dangerous formula of dividing revenue in this country are using. They think without these 3, they have 24 senators to pass this ugly formula. We will not allow it. Mr. Speaker, I have before me here a letter which you have received in your office 10 minutes ago from the senator of Kakamega, Cleophas Malala, saying nobody should try to vote in his place. And I'm going to table it. It's received in your office. We cannot come here and trivialize a serious constitutional institution like the Senate. We cannot. And Mr. Speaker, today, history is before you. Today, destiny is staring at you. As the Speaker, who will deliver this Senate from the bondage of malevolent and capricious men. I want to end, Mr. Speaker. You know, there are people, and I'm glad some of our colleagues who were opposed to, who were trying to peddle this formula, toned down, including my student, the senator for Muranga. He has toned down. Mr. Speaker, there are people who have not given up, and they are trivializing this matter. And they think they are very big. We are being treated to things like system and deep state and deep what. Mr. Speaker, history is replete with strong, generous, and powerful kings and monarchs who have been brought down by the power of the people. And Mr. Speaker, today I want to remind them of a man called Belshazzar, a man who God favored to be king in the book of Daniel. Instead of being grateful that God has honored you among so many millions of citizens to be their leader, he entertained a government that was so divisive, so oppressive, and he did a big party and called all the important men whose fathers and mothers were important people at that time. And the Bible says he made a feast. And he entertained them in that feast, and even went on to commit sacrilege by using the utensils that had been taken from the temple to commit and drink the drink of fornication using the vessels taken from the temple. Mr. Speaker, as they were enjoying, as they were making merry, as the deep state was celebrating, as the system was celebrating, suddenly, and I say suddenly, there is going to be a war in this country. There is going to be a writing on the wall. Mene, Tekel, and Parisi. We will not sit here to discuss anything until Senator Malala, Senator Lelegwe, and Senator Lagat are here. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. I request Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. to second.
Okay, order. Just like I did make a correction in the morning, let the order be read.
Read. Order number 2, motion, approval of the third basis for revenue allocation among the county governments.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Mr. Speaker, when we left chamber, we drove to Senator Malala's residence. We found him there. There were 4 Subaru vehicles and numerous armed policemen, some in VX. Mr. Speaker, we proceeded to inquire, by virtue of our training and by virtue of the law, the reasons for the arrest of Senator Malala. There was no warrant of arrest. The officers said, call the DCI. We have just been given instructions. Mr. Speaker, on further inquiry, as to the circumstances that would lead to the suspicion, the arrest of Senator Malala, would you believe it, Speaker? The person in charge told us that Senator Malala is accused of having distributed Government of Kenya sanitizers in Mumias yesterday. And Speaker, I want to look into your eye because I'm addressing you. He was distributing sanitizers in Western Province. Yesterday, in Mumias in particular, yesterday, Senator Kasanga was in the press, our own senator, talking about COVID millionaires, people who have stolen masks, sanitizers to go and sell. Senator Malala was distributing sanitizers to widows. They misled us, Mr. Speaker, and this is very challenging because as lawyers, myself including Senator Omogeni, should not have let Senator Malala off. But we were told there's mischief in this chamber. So against our oath as lawyers, Mr. Speaker, we have come to address you. Against our oath, we have let Senator Malala, who was supposed to go to Nairobi, Nairobi area, is now on his way to Mumias. Mr. Speaker, it is you, and I'm looking at you. It is you, Mr. Speaker, who has been defied. And Mr. Speaker, if you cannot sit on that seat, this will be a good time to resign. I can sit there. Because this is a chamber of parliament. It is to an extent, Mr. Speaker, you have such powers that if there was a vacancy in the executive, Mr. Speaker, you could be a president. And for even a rumor, Mr. Speaker, that you're under pressure. I hear you're under pressure. Pressure from who? Did God call you? Did you speak to God this afternoon, Mr. Speaker? Who is pressurizing you?
It's good you said it's a rumor.
Yes.
Because I'm not under any pressure.
Mr. Speaker, if you are not under any pressure and nobody has called you, Mr. Speaker, this session must end now. Because if you gazetted a special sitting, Mr. Speaker, and somebody distributed sanitizers, and that is a misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor to the extent, Mr. Speaker, we would have paid for a bond, would have finished this business, and Senator Malala would have been charged even if they wanted to take him to Somalia or Kakuma. Mr. Speaker, there has never been a day since your election that you're under trial. It's not us. We have done our bit. If you can issue a directive seated in your chair, and Mr. Speaker, somebody says he's on leave. Imagine what would happen, Mr. Speaker, if the car that is driving Senator Malala at high speed rolls somewhere in Naivasha. God forbid. Would the cabinet secretary be on leave also? The contempt that they are treating us, the contempt they treat people who are elected, Mr. Speaker, tells you, Mr. Speaker, that this country is on the brink. But let me just finish, because in my anger I might say something that might lead to things I don't want to say. This is what the 32nd president said, and I'm talking to the powers, because other than taking my life, you have nothing, no control over me. He said this in 1941. We too, born to freedom and believing in freedom, are willing to fight and maintain freedom. We and all others who believe deeply, as we should, would rather die on our feet than live on our knees. We will not live on our knees. If, Mr. Speaker, you even direct we proceed, there will be so much chaos in this floor, Mr. Speaker. There will be no action. You will have to call police to arrest all of us, because we cannot proceed, Mr. Speaker. It is chilling to think, Mr. Speaker, that we can proceed when our senators are being taken across the country on the highway by force with people carrying guns. Mr. Speaker, if there has been a violation of Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, Senator
order.
Murkomen will not teach me how to prosecute my business here, because I was brought here by the people of Homa Bay. Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to disrupt Senator Mutula. I feel him and I hear him. Could you, Mr. Speaker, just advise him not to threaten chaos in the House? That would be the orderly way to proceed.
Senator Mutula.
Senator Kajwang is my friend. Senator Kajwang is famous for blowing whistles. He's the wrong person to advise Senator Mutula. Keep your cool, boy. The same person who blew whistles on the president is advising me about chaos? What are you talking about? Listen to wisdom and shut up and listen. This is not a laughing matter. The life of your colleagues is on the line. We could leave this chamber and allow you to pass whatever you want to pass. We walked out of this chamber. The election laws were passed. They were nullified by the court. What the hell do you think you guys are doing to us? It's not going to happen. We must speak as a Senate. And that means, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Speaker enforce your direction. It's not us. You are not an inferior person to the cabinet secretary.
What's your point of order, Senator Matangi?
Mr. Speaker, equally too, I would absolutely not want to interrupt the flow of thought, and the wave of rising emotion that Senator Mutula Kilonzo is up to on this matter. All of us feel it, Mr. Speaker. My point of order, Mr. Speaker, there is only one speaker in this House, which is yourself.
Order, members. Order, members.
And so, Senator Wambua,
make
and
your
any other
point of
senator
order.
cannot direct me. Mr. Speaker, my point of order is very simple,
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker. Is the senator for Makueni in order? When we left this House, we were united, Mr. Speaker, on the course of action to take. And you give directions. Now, why, Mr. Speaker, is the senator for Makueni saying, what are you trying to do to us? Who? We. And Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Senator Kindiki spoke before I could raise a point of order. When Mr. Speaker...
Oh, wind up your point of order. Wind up.
Mr. Speaker...
Order, members. Order.
Mr. Speaker...
Senator Wamatangi, we did agree on how you prosecute your
Mr.
point
Speaker,
of order.
The question I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, which I'm pointing out which is out of order, is that it is wrong for Senator for Makueni to impute improper motive by whichever way, by telling this House and the country that there are senators here who are doing anything against them, Mr. Speaker. We are united in this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And the
Order.
threat of chaos, Mr. Speaker, will not sell either.
Okay. You have
Mr.
made your
Speaker,
point. You have
it
made your
won't.
point of order. Okay. Senator Mutula Kilonzo, continue.
Mr. Speaker, I was finishing my remark. And if I confuse Senator Matangi, I want to say that when I say we, I mean lots of people. I mean we. Mr. Speaker, a narrative has been planted in this House. The other day, Bishop Muller of AIC told me when the churches were closed, that when you close churches, the devil rules. After COVID, I think we allowed the devil to walk into this chamber. That devil is ruling this chamber. And that devil, Mr. Speaker, is the devil that says that you can pit 24 against 23 or 29. 3 people, those are not 3 votes. Those are 3 senators. Mr. Speaker, 3 senators. One of them, the deputy of Senator James Orengo. This matter is, even if we sound emotional, Mr. Speaker, what I've seen today in front of my eyes, as we told the police, allow us to take Senator Malala to chamber and you will hand over to him to whatever you want. Blocked the road, and guess what, Mr. Speaker? They put handcuffs on the gate so that we don't leave. The estate was locked using handcuffs. Mr. Speaker, how sad can we get? Mr. Speaker, I support this motion, not because of anything, but Mr. Speaker, I cannot imagine sitting in this House to debate anything. Mr. Speaker, because Senator Malala is not just a voter. Senator Lelegwe is not just a voter. Senator Bomet is not just a voter in this House. They are elected senators, and they are human beings. If the government of Kenya is not human, just 2 senators, Mr. Speaker, I pity your role today. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the debate be now adjourned. Senator Ali Abdullah. Order. If you want to talk, then I cannot put the question. Yes, put the question. No. But if you want to vote, then I put the question. Okay. Senator Abdullahi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other day, Honorable Orengo told us that people need to talk here. There's democracy. So don't push us. We want to talk, and that's why we came here. We came to this House to talk. We were brought by our people here to talk and to fight for their right, Mr. Speaker. the issue of the revenue allocation, we cannot continue with it. We cannot discuss it until our friends are brought back, Mr. Speaker. This is not right. This cannot happen. This cannot continue. I'm surprised by some people here who are jumping up and down. In 1998, Mr. Speaker, when I was in the National Assembly, Senator Ndriga knows very well what used to happen here. Are we going back to that stage? That's exactly where we are going. I'm sorry to say this. We cannot be intimidated. Kaniri knows what was happening in those days. I was in Kano, but I was a rebel in Kano. And I used to have a rough time. Mr. Speaker, sir, now I'm an old man. I thought after we have gone through all those problems, after what has happened to this country, after the removal of 2A, after everything else, Mr. Speaker, now we are going back to worse areas than that. This is not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. This House should adjourn until, even if it's up to 8, I don't mind. If people want to discuss the formula, we have all the time we can discuss it. Nobody is going to die because the formula has not been passed. Nobody is going to call, because of not get money, because the county government should get their share, the 50%, Mr. Speaker. There is no vacuum here. This one, if we allow what some people are trying to do here, Mr. Speaker, that we continue. I went to Nairobi, whatever, police headquarters today, because I was told Langat is there. When I went there, I was told he's nowhere. Kumbe, the guy has been taken to Bomet. Why do they have to cheat? Why don't they just take them there and give them what they need to do? Why don't they take them to court? Mr. Speaker, I talked to Lelengwe when he was passing Naivasha in the blindfolded. Is this right? Why should this happen to us? What have we done to deserve this? Just because our counties are losing and we say no to that formula? So people have to go. Arrest all of us, put us all in jail. Until you do that, then this one should not continue, Mr. Speaker. This is very wrong. Members of this House, look at your friends. What is happening to your brothers? Think. If you think you have the powers now, there's nothing about power here. I'm supposed to be in Jubilee, Teraki Eleweke of all, Mr. Speaker. But I'm opposed to this because my people are losing. Should I be arrested because of that? I don't think that is right. Yes, I have no shame, and I say it. And it's the truth, Mr. Speaker. But this is not the way to go. This is not a tribal issue. This is not a regional issue. This has nothing to do with other people. This issue of the formula is for this House. Let the members of this House decide. Let the older people of this House lead us proper. We cannot be taken back. Mr. Speaker, I beg that we are allowed to adjourn this House and you give instructions that we can go even for a retreat to Naivasha, discuss these issues alone, and we can come with an amendment and come with a solution, Mr. Speaker. But not at the expense of our people being put to jail, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support.
Senator George Khaniri.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairman of our Security Committee, Senator Yusuf Haji, for convening the meeting that you ordered them to convene. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to state here categorically that we will not entertain the reason that have been given by the chairman Haji for government not responding to what you ordered the committee to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your order is being treated with contempt. This House is being treated with contempt, and we must stand up to be counted to defend this House. Mr. Speaker, I have been here long enough, and I can read through the crude strategy that is being employed by those who are pushing for this formula to go through. It is indeed crude, archaic, There's a better way they can do it. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion as moved by Senator Kindiki, Professor, and seconded by Senator Mutula, and state that I, George Khaniri, the Senator for the Great County of Vihiga, will not participate in any debate on the formula until my brother Malala is brought back here. Until Senator Dr. Langat is brought back here. Until Senator Dr. Lelegwe is brought back here. I will not participate. Mr. Speaker, the reasons that we adjourned this morning was that we want to find out why our colleagues have been detained, and we said that we'll only proceed with the debate after ascertaining the true position. To me, the reasons that send us on that adjournment still prevail, and therefore we cannot continue with the debate. We will not continue with the debate unless the people of Kakamega are represented here by their duly democratic elected Senator Malala. I will not allow. This is a very critical vote that we are supposed to take. I know there is the provision of appointing a proxy from the delegation to vote for you. But these two particular senators, Senator Malala and Senator Langat, have written to you officially, Mr. Speaker, saying that this is a critical matter, that they would not want anybody or any proxy to vote on their behalf. We must grant them that, Mr. Speaker. At least we must grant them that. Mr. Speaker, I was among the team that went to Senator Malala's house after we adjourned. And I think Senator Mutula Kilonzo has narrated what we saw over there. It is such a shame, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame that the regime is taking us back to the years where we fought so hard to come from. Mr. Speaker, this cannot happen in this era and age. We want to tell the regime, and I said this in the morning, we fear no one, only God. No amount of intimidation will make us change our stand on this matter. We will fight to the bitter end to ensure that there is equity. We urge you, Mr. Speaker, to put your foot down. Your orders and rulings cannot be treated with contempt that I'm seeing here, Mr. Speaker. Put your foot down, and you have the law behind you that supports you. Don't you allow this House to continue with this debate until the fate of your 3 members is known. I thought they had committed some serious criminal offenses. But when we got to Malala's house, we were told the reason he's arrested is because he was distributing sanitizers to people in Mumias without observing COVID protocols. Is that a reason to block a senator from coming to execute his mandate? It's a shame, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow this. I strongly support that the House adjourns until this matter is resolved. I support the motion.
Senator Kangata, then Murkomen. You are the next one.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, my brothers from the other side are the one who signed the petition, the requisition today's session. Today, well, we all know, colleagues, we have 17 colleagues who signed they want today's session. I want to tell them we are ready for the vote today. Kenyans have been waiting. Kenyans have been waiting. They have been waiting for this vote for a very long time. We are ready today. We feel for our brothers and sisters. We feel for our brothers who are currently having issues. But no one has shown any connection between that arrest and this session at all. There is no connection at all. Those are issues
which are not connected to the issues. And therefore, I
Order,
urge
members.
colleagues, we
Order.
take this vote,
Order,
and
order,
I
members.
will strongly oppose it. Reason being, we do not have a legal framework allowing government to give out 50% to the counties yet. We don't have a legal framework. So therefore, as a result of this stalemate, we are making counties not to get money to pay salaries. But that does not mean we do not have empathy to our people who have been arrested. The only problem I'm having with that argument, no single evidence has been able to show the connection between this session and our colleagues' arrests. I will support, I will urge my colleagues.
What's your point of order, Senator Millicent Omanga?
Is it in
Speaker,
order for...
Speaker, not chair.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the majority whip to say that he is aware that the arrest is not connected with today's vote, and yet the agencies you directed the committee to invite and come before them disregarded the invitation and did not appear before them? We have no information. And Mr. Speaker, if you remember very well what Senior James Orengo said earlier, that we will only proceed when we've been assured security and safety of our colleagues. So is it in order for Senator Kangata to come and trivialize this issue and say that he knows that they are not connected with the arrest? Is it part of the CID or the agencies we were talking about?
Senator Kangata, respond.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have a lot of respect to the nominated senator, Senator Omanga, but I strongly believe that is an opinion she has rendered, but she has not addressed the issue that I've raised. No evidence currently exists to show the connection between that arrest and today's session. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have adjourned this matter for 9 times, and therefore it is the time now we make a decision. We decide the best way forward. Mr. Speaker, the idea that we are pushing, some people are pushing this session so that we cause some counties to lose is not true. The current options that we have on the table, none of it proposes a single county to lose money except Senator Linturi's amendment. It is the only one that is going to make 18 or 19 counties lose money today. When you look at the option by Wamatangi, no county will lose money today. When you look at the option by Senator Were, in fact, that one proposes almost 39 counties to get billions of shillings. So therefore, this idea that government was to cause some counties to lose money, as what my colleague from Wajir has said, is not true. What we want today to ask our colleagues to do, kindly make a decision today and ensure you look at the issues objectively.
There's a point of order.
Asante Bwana Spika. Je, ni sawa ya kwamba ndugu yetu seneta wa Murang'a anaweza kusema ya kwamba wale wenzetu walio ndani hakuna chochote kimesemwa hapa kinachowahusisha, ya kwamba ni kwa sababu wao walikuwa wanakuja kwenye bunge na wakashikwa na wakazuiwa watatu katika historia ya Kenya, wabunge watatu ambao wako na mjadala muhimu sana unaohusikana na kitaifa wa ugavi wa pesa katika county, wamezuiwa, na sasa yeye anasema ya kwamba hakuna kielelezo chochote kinaambatana ambacho kinaweza kuhusisha ule mjadala ulioko hapa na wao kama maseneta. Je, ni haki hiyo? Kwa sababu tunaelewa jukumu la kwanza kulinganishana na kipengele cha 96 cha katiba, mimi kama mwanasheria, kila seneta anahusika na ugavi wa pesa. Si seneta wa Garissa, si seneta wa Wajir, si seneta wa Turkana, si seneta wa Kilifi, si wa Mombasa, si wa Kwale. Kila seneta hapa anahusikana na ugavi. Je, ni sawa sawa kusema kwamba leo mimi nikishikwa itakuwa si haki mimi kuja hapa kupiga kura kwa niaba ya watu wa Kilifi?
Senator Kangata, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think my point is still correct. I would be urging colleagues to produce evidence showing that connection. So far, no connection has been established, and therefore I strongly believe and I urge the House to oppose this adjournment, because we have adjourned this matter for a record 9 times. Mr. Speaker, sir, the counties are suffering. Mr. Speaker, sir, county employees have not been paid, and there is a connection between with this stalemate and non-payment of dues owing to county employees, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge colleagues, as we oppose this adjournment motion, to take into account that this government cannot arrest a person on the basis of wanting to stop his democratic right to vote in a certain way. It cannot. This government, led by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, does not condone such actions. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have come to this House. We have lost several votes. No one has ever been victimized at all, because we believe in freedom of expression. We believe in democracy, Mr. Speaker, sir. And therefore, anyone coming here to say that the government has caused some senators to be arrested, that is not true. However, we empathize with them. We urge them to give us instructions to go and act for them in court. We want to tell them that indeed, if at all you have been arrested for extraneous reasons, we shall pray for you, and we shall send the best lawyers to represent you. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to vouch for the government that we are not here. We have not caused, no one has caused the arrest, and therefore we are here. I know the reason why my colleagues wants to cause this adjournment. We are ready. Let us vote. We are ready. And for us, we believe that the current options that we have, they are going to put this country ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I oppose.
Senator Kipchumba Murkomen. Then a call from the other chamber.
Mr. Speaker, I am extremely emotional when I think about the circumstance under which this House has been put. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak from, like Senator Orengo said, from my heart and from my soul and my whole body. Mr. Speaker, and I really want your attention. I want your attention without undivided attention on this matter. 2 weeks ago, a government functionary, actually in the office of the president, came to me and told me that if the formula will not pass the way government wants, some senators can even be abducted. They can even be arrested. Mr. Speaker, we discussed and joked about it. Mr. Speaker, we discussed and
What's your
joked.
point of order, Senator Bogisho?
Speaker, just so that we don't
Take your seat, Senator Murkomen, somewhere.
Just, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't derail debate in any way by dilatory motions. Is my neighbor, the Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, in order to insinuate without facts, without substantiating, and Mr. Speaker, leading in a very dangerous direction of pointing out public servants and statements which really are not statements which lead us to think, Mr. Speaker, there is something that can be said like that, abduction, claiming by government. That must be substantiated. That must be somebody who said that. And we need to know.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Pokisho remembers 2 years ago when 3 Pokot young men were abducted in Kapenguria, murdered, and dumped in Kaptagat Forest in Elgeyo Marakwet County. 3 months down the line, my PA, former MCA Benson Kiptire, was abducted in Eldoret. We were with the president in town, killed and dumped in Kapenguria. He cannot pretend to be a visitor in Jerusalem. He knows that the victims of this kind of strategies have even affected the people from our 2 counties. So I'm speaking from my personal testimony. He cannot challenge my personal testimony. I am not alleging that newspapers or so forth. And let me give my story. Listen, Senator Pokisho, and listen to us, because we are senators under now the mercy of the Speaker, not under your mercy. Mr. Speaker, when he told me that we will do everything to abduct 2 or 3 senators, I thought it was a joke. On Friday, on Saturday, I put this information in public domain. Sunday, the same. Senator Langat was called by many, including leaders in this chamber, to tell him that he should leave his house, because I was with him the last night. He should leave his house, go to Bomet quietly. He will even be facilitated for as long as he doesn't come to these chambers to vote. Senator Lelekwe was saying charges will be preferred on him unless he decides to vote with government, and I don't know what's government position. I don't know what that means. Mr. Speaker, you cannot therefore say in the chambers of this house that the vote that is about Kangata is now saying, let's vote, let's vote. You can't tell me that there is no relationship with the withdrawal of 3 senators who would have voted in both the procedural motion and the substantive motion, that there is no relationship between
Let's
their
consult the
arrest,
motions.
Mr. Speaker,
Order, members.
that there is no
consult the motions.
relationship between their arrest, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, removal from the jurisdiction of this house, and the voting in this house. If that is not true, Mr. Speaker, confirm to me that no other senator in this chamber will vote on behalf of Senator Malala if that was not the plan. Confirm to me that Senator Milko has not been aligned to vote on behalf of Senator Langat, even though, Mr. Speaker, Senator Langat has written in no uncertain terms that no one else should vote on his behalf. Even though Malala has written that no one should vote on his behalf. If you confirm to me, Mr. Speaker, that that is not the position, I will know that the conspiracy we are talking about is not there. We are not children. I have been majority leader and deputy majority leader in this house for more than 5 years. The magic 24 number, we were 25 voting in this house last week. Mr. Speaker, the desire was to reduce us from 25 to 23. Transport, Mr. Speaker, the vote of Senator Langat, give it to Milko, get the, Mr. Speaker, the vote of Senator Malala, give it to one of the members of his delegation, whether it's Yongo Msuruve, and Mr. Speaker, achieve the objective of defeating the will of the people. Mr. Speaker, you can't tell us we should just proceed. It is not possible. It is not possible, Mr. Speaker. This is Kenya. We cannot be forced, Mr. Speaker, to take positions of the minority. Mr. Speaker, you are sitting in that chair. Senator Malala was in the opposition. He was among the only few senators that voted to get you 42 votes, Mr. Speaker, to become in that chair. Senator Lelekwe and Senator Lalakat were among the 42 people who voted for you to be the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you sacrificed me. You sacrificed Susan Kiika. Don't sacrifice Kenya. Don't sacrifice, Mr. Speaker, 18 counties that are suffering. Mr. Speaker, that decision is on your chair, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Murkomen. Senator Murkomen, you must order members. Senator Murkomen, I know we are discussing an important motion, but you should respect the Speaker. I don't act as a person. I'm guided by the law, the standing orders, and the Constitution in this House. And the decisions I make are anchored on those two. I will not allow that. I will not allow this House to degenerate to that level.
Mr. Speaker, I love the fact that you have restated your constitutional responsibility as the Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, a report has been brought to this House that the minister is not available to come to these chambers. Soon, even before the chair sat down, the CS Matiang'i has updated Mr. Speaker that he was busy launching a border information management system with the CS Musheru. The IG, Mr. Speaker, has posted that he was launching a sanitation component towards better human environmental something with the CS Matiang'i. Mr. Speaker, I respect your authority, but so others should respect your authority, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we force this House, and I'm just saying this without fear of any contradiction, if we force this House to punish 18 counties, Elgeyo Marakwet is not a losing county. Bomet, where Senator Langat has suffered, Mr. Speaker, is not a losing county. Mr. Speaker, Kakamega, where Malala comes from, is not a losing county. We are just but honest patriots who want the best for this country. We are willing to suffer for the unity of this nation. We have come this far to make this decision, Mr. Speaker, because we want to make this country to be one. History will be kind to us. Mr. Speaker, now history, the determination of an historical moment shifts to your chair, Mr. Speaker. So that, Mr. Speaker, if this House will be used by those who are sitting out there to force a decision, Mr. Speaker, against the standing orders, you have assured me that you will follow the Constitution, you will follow the standing orders, therefore you will respect the letter of Malala that no one will vote for him, you will respect, Mr. Speaker, the letter of Bomet that no one will vote for him. Mr. Speaker, if you make the same mistake you made in my situation, on this very important issue.
Order, Senator.
Position of minority majority leader is nothing, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murkomen, order. Take your seat. Senator Ekal. What's your point of order, Senator Bogisho?
Mr. Speaker, if although now Honorable Murkomen has left, but Mr. Speaker, some of the claims that he has made here needed to be withdrawn because it's an attack on the chair, Speaker. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I started by saying if we allow some of these small dilatory substances that come, Mr. Speaker, it will grow bigger, and until people can now direct their eyes to the chair and almost themselves desecrate the chair. Mr. Speaker, can I just request, Mr. Speaker, that you take us back to where we belong, in the House of Order. Thank you.
Senator Orengo. Senator Orengo.
I'm also rising on a little point. It is a constitutional and a matter of procedure. And Mr. Speaker, I'm getting worried about the clerks because there are certain procedural issues that are making us now talk without conclusion. Because at the beginning, there was a report by the chairman of the Security Committee. That report was given, and before there was any reaction to it, there was a motion for adjournment. It would have been important, and I'm very worried that you're on trial. You have been put on trial. And we must distinguish between what are the charges against the Speaker and what is within your powers and what are within the powers of the House. And I want to suggest to you that had we been allowed to deal with a very important report that was given by the chairman of the National Security Committee, there would have been no lamentation. We are now engaged in lamentations. And lamenting, you can do it forever. And somebody can be sitting there and saying, you know, let them talk until tomorrow. But I don't want us to be the house of lamentation. in regard to the report which was given by the chairman of the National Security Committee, we should not be taken for granted. If it was in a court of law, before we take any step, we should be asking ourselves, what do we do with the contempt? Honorable Senator Haniri had talked to you on the issue of contempt. That's where your power is, how to deal with the contempt before we deal with the question of adjournment. There's a great violation against the dignity of the Senate, which has not been dealt with. And now you are talking generally, and we can talk generally until tomorrow without resolution. I like the speeches I'm hearing, but at the end of the day, they signify nothing because nothing will come out of it. And I know of men and women who could speak in this house like Shikuku for a month. But at the end of the day, there was questions of relevance. What can the Senate or Parliament decide? Because Parliament does not act in vain. Yes. We went for an adjournment for a purpose. Yes. Have we achieved the purpose of that adjournment? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to invite you to look at Standing Order Article 125 of the Constitution. There are two things that are within the powers of this House. And those powers are equal to the powers of the High Court. And you can address us on those two powers because the rest, those ones you can direct. And you can direct them now, not tomorrow. The first is to not just invite, is to summon. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, when the Parliament summons, it does not matter whether you're on leave or you're on honeymoon or you're in a cabinet meeting. The summons of a Parliament, in my view, in fact, actually supersedes the summons of the High Court because we make the law. We make the law. So, Mr. Speaker, the CS was summoned and other government officials were summoned. They did not turn up. What do we do? Because we cannot just let it rest there. And some of them say, let them talk. They can talk until tomorrow. And they can come tomorrow again and they talk and complain. Mr. Speaker, I've had an incident when in the old time when Kanu was what it is, that a speaker put a minister using the orderlies for 2 hours waiting for a committee because he was in contempt. You said, let him rest there until the speaker decides what to do with him. So, Mr. Speaker, if that summon has not been complied with, the second provision is that you can enforce attendance. You can enforce attendance, and there are consequences. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is within your power now to enforce the attendance of the Cabinet Secretary, and even the Director of Public Prosecutions, because, Parliament, in his oversight role, we oversight all institutions, including the presidency. We oversight all these institutions. So I invite you, instead of lamenting, that you can stand up in that throne where you sit to deal with the contempt. And the contempt has been committed in the face of the Senate because you gave that direction. And I saw you standing up when you were giving that direction. The second issue, which is separate and distinct, and I want to persuade you that the first issue you can deal with. The second issue, it is upon us as members of the Senate. To adjourn or not to adjourn, it is not within your power, Mr. Speaker. I want to advise you, if you may take my advice. The power to adjourn, it is our powers. And we are going to invite you to exercise those powers, to allow exercise those powers to decide whether to adjourn or not to adjourn. And I addressed you earlier in the morning on why we needed to adjourn. So, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to first of all deal with the question of the contempt. And then when we finish that one, we come to the question of adjournment, where we can also address you sequentially, and we finish with the business of the House as it is in the order paper.
Yes, Senator Wetangula, is it for a point of order? There's a point of order. Then Malachi, it's a point of order. Okay, okay. Okay, I will give you point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to join Senator Orengo Siaya. And I want to draw your attention to Article 153 of the Constitution. 153.3. A cabinet secretary, whether on leave or not, shall attend, not may, shall attend before a committee of the National Assembly or the Senate when required by the committee and answer any question concerning a matter for which the cabinet secretary is responsible. Read that, Mr. Speaker, with Article 125. It vests the authority of the High Court with penal consequences on any public servant who is accountable to this House who does not appear to answer any question. I agree with Senator Orengo, Mr. Speaker, that we have totally mixed two issues. The issue of the report, I belong to the committee of Senator Haji, but I was not able to attend the meeting because I was attending some other important issues elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, when Senator Haji gave us the report, this House should have ventilated on it and made a decision on what to do with public servants who decide not to honor invitations to Parliament, which invitations can graduate to summons. The debate, Mr. Speaker, was veering towards a situation where innuendos are being thrown on the floor like you bear responsibility for the servants not coming. We want committees to exercise the authority given by this Constitution and the standing orders. All we need is to tell the clerk, send summons. And I've seen committees fine ministers, fine governors who don't appear. The arrest of colleagues, Mr. Speaker, is a very grave matter. Whatever the reasons, one cannot fail to resist the temptation to think, Mr. Speaker, that the arrest is malicious. And all the minister needs to do is to come and satisfy the committee and the House that it isn't malicious, if he has different reasons. But to simply ignore the invitation of the committee is ignoring the authority of this House and ignoring the power vested in this Senate by the people of Kenya. And I want to urge you, Mr. Speaker, to give direction to this based on the two articles of the Constitution I've pointed out and which Senator Orengo pointed out, and the standing orders of this House, so that we can be able to put to finality the continued disregard of this House. We have had situations, Mr. Speaker, where ministers, when they're invited to the lower house, they go running. When they're invited to this House, they give all manner of excuses. And this should not be condoned. On the issue of adjournment, Mr. Speaker, I agree fully with Senator Orengo that that is not, you cannot stop this House from adjourning a motion as a Speaker. You have no vote. All you need to do is to listen to us and leave it to us to decide whether we adjourn a debate We don't adjourn a debate. And all issues brought to the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, unlike the old days when the Speaker used to have a casting vote. In the 7th Parliament, I used to sit on that chair. I was a member of the panel. And we used to have a casting vote where there is a tie. That casting vote is no longer available to the Speaker. You simply listen to us, put it to us, we decide whether to go one way or the other. And whichever decision we make, Mr. Speaker, is an enhancement of democracy. And I want to urge us as Senate, we have enjoyed a tremendous reputation in this country as a House. Even my colleagues and friends like Senator Linturi, when he was promoted by the people of Meru to come to this House, from the lower house, he confided in me that he was very proud to be a senator. That is tremendously different from the House where he served previously, because he saw a lot of decorum, a lot of time for members to speak, a lot of opportunity to be listened to, and a lot of opportunity to be respected because of what we do. Let's not get carried away, my colleagues. Let's maintain that dignity. Kofi Annan used to say, I am a man with a soft voice, with a powerful message. I'm a man with a soft voice, with a powerful message. And a very soft voice can deliver a very powerful message. And that powerful message can change things. Let's try to step back from our positions of brinkmanship and maintain the dignity of this House that Kenyans love so much. If we don't do that, we will also be dragging ourselves in the same tunnel of filth that we try to avoid in being senators of this republic. Thank you.
Senator Cheriot, your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Leader of Minority, Senator James Orengo, that you need to guide this House on the issue that he has brought before you. But I'd wish to add a further one. Section 21, Mr. Speaker, of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act says this about false witnesses, and I'd be inviting your ruling on the same, that any person who before any committee intentionally gives false answer to any questions material to the subject of inquiry, which may be put to him during the course of examination, shall be guilty of an offense under the Section 108 of the Penal Code. Mr. Speaker, it has been reported before this House by the Chair for Security, National Security Committee, that a public officer informed them that the minister was not available because they were on leave. But further evidence has been adduced before this House confirming that the IG was at a public function, that the minister was somewhere launching a Boda Sacco Association or something of that kind. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we are calling upon you to further give direction in furtherance of Senator James Orengo's point on what will be done to this particular officer who misled a committee of this House. And now we are here with a stalemate on our hands because they did not give the right information. Had they been prudent and diligent to ensure that they give Senator Haji's committee the proper information, then we wouldn't be here, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I'd be humbly requesting that you guide us with regards to that particular issue.
Senator Cherari, give us your point of order. Then Senator Wamatangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. When I move a motion of adjournment in the morning, and seconded by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., there were specific directions that you gave. And as the mover of the motion, Mr. Speaker, having read Article 153, Article 125, that there were specific directions that were needed to be given. In the spirit, what Kofi Annan said, and I like Senator Watangula said, he said, in the words of Kofi Annan, you don't know the value of something until you lose it. I empathize and sympathize with colleagues that have been arrested. I have been intimidated and arrested before. I can imagine the speed that Senator Malala is approaching Nakuru. It is not a good speed. I went through Kakamega, Bungoma, up to Kisumu. And I'm telling you, that car does not have brakes. So, Mr. Speaker, the other day I was arrested somewhere in Gong Road. And thanks to Senator Okongo Mugeni and most of the learned seniors here, they came. I was being taken there like an ambulance. So, Mr. Speaker, there was a specific instructions, Mr. Speaker, that you gave. You said the Committee on Security should come back with information and directions that you have taken. Mr. Speaker, for the sake of continuity, and I want to support the leader of minority, let us dispose of the feedback and the report of the National Security Committee chaired by Senator Haji. Then now we can move to the second adjournment motion that was given by Senator Kithure Kindiki. And Mr. Speaker, if we go that way, the cabinet ministers, the senior civil servants will respect this house. If you allow, you don't give directions on this matter today, this house will be treated like a rubber stamp in future decisions. So, Mr. Speaker, as you retreat to provide directions and orders on this matter, the minister, the IG, and other government officials who are supposed to provide answers to the adjournment motion I raised on the arrest of Senator Langat, Senator Lilegwe, and Senator Cleophas Malala. Let them come and satisfy the House that the reasons that were being arrested, which we are tempted to believe was not malicious. And I think it is very important that we separate those issues, Mr. Speaker, because it is very important for this country, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the intimidation, coercion, and blackmailing of elected leaders will be determined by your ruling today. You know, they say, there is a paraphrasing, someone said in this house in the morning, that when they came for the Jew, I did not speak because I was not a Jew. But when everybody when they came for the final one, there was no one to speak for you, Mr. Speaker. And I think, Mr. Speaker, please provide direction, if it is possible. The Minister of Interior, the Inspector General of Police, the Director, Criminal Investigation, DCI, they must be summoned to appear before the Parliament and the Senate of the Republic of Kenya to tell the country what is happening, Mr. Speaker. It was disheartening to see senators peeping out like prisoners in their own houses, Mr. Speaker. And let me say for the record, I am the champion of this revenue formula on 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. But when it comes to impunity and forcing people to make choices, Mr. Speaker, I am afraid I will not be party to coercion and blackmail so that people can make a certain decisions. I want 1.4 billion. I want 1.4 billion to go to Nandi County, but I don't want blood and to be spilled for the people of Nandi to gain. Let us make a decision where everybody is comfortable to make the decision. And that is why in the morning, in my own wisdom, I move an adjournment for the sake of our colleagues, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let us allow the House and the Senate as a House to make these decisions based on their own comfort, not under coercion, intimidation, blackmail. And you know, Mr. Speaker, personally, I am not afraid to be arrested. I have been arrested 4 times. I know what to do when I'm being arrested. I know quite a number of DCIOs and officers. I know how to talk to them nicely to ensure I get nice food. I don't fear arrest, but what I'm saying, please don't use this privilege. There will be a parliamentary privilege that our colleagues must be protected from, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are not on trial, but the decisions that you will make today will go in the history and also history of this state. Mr. Speaker, somebody said, and I think he's a good reader of the Bible, that do not fear those who kill the flesh only, but fear those who take flesh and the soul. Mr. Speaker, give direction to this House, summon the Minister of Interior, summon the Inspector General of Interior. By the way, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, the Inspector General of Police is an appointee of this House. We vetted him. Why don't we summon him? The minister in charge of Interior National Security is also the chairman of government projects. How can he disobey the House that he needs to partner when he's coordinating national government projects?
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you need to rule on the adjournment motion that I gave. Mr. Speaker, make us proud once again and make Senate great again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi, what's your point of order then? And keep them short.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I promise to keep it short, and by that, I hope it doesn't insinuate that I'm the one who keeps them longest. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to, in support of what my colleagues have said, Mr. Speaker, because this is a house of not only rules, but also precedents and customs, Mr. Speaker. We have a way with which we execute our business, Mr. Speaker, and nothing would be easier, because you give very clear directions before we adjourned, that the relevant officers of government must be availed, Mr. Speaker, contacted by the committee, and give a response, Mr. Speaker. And because of the tradition and customs of this House, the easiest thing, Mr. Speaker, that would have happened, Mr. Speaker, is if the committee would table to you, or to this House for that matter, either the invitation that they have sent to those individuals who are just across the road, Mr. Speaker. And then once we have that invitation, you are able, Mr. Speaker, to give very clear directions if in the event that the committee sat and overlooked the necessity to put quickly in writing and take it across, Mr. Speaker, can you direct that they do so such that when you give orders, they are backed, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, or can the chairman confirm, Mr. Speaker, that that communication was made in a way that you can incontrovertibly yourself give clear directions, Mr. Speaker? Because were it not for the misunderstanding that is being brought here, every senator in this House, Mr. Speaker, is clear. No single senator...
What's your point of information? Keep it short, Senator Wamatangi. That's
Mr.
not a
Speaker,
point of order.
No single senator in this House is for any senator's arrest. That point is settled.
What's your
Mr.
point of
Speaker.
information? Do you want to be informed?
Let me finish, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I need the information because I want to finish. Mr. Speaker, my point is very, very clear that all of us are clear in our minds that there is no person who can sit here elected or nominated to support the arrest of another colleague. And let us not mix these two issues, Mr. Speaker. When we speak about the incarceration of members, we have to speak clearly with authority and firmly. But when we speak about other issues, Mr. Speaker, we also have to be clear.
What's your point of order?
My point of order is very clear, Mr. Speaker. Can the chairperson and the team in that committee put before this House, Mr. Speaker, the invitation so that we can be able to act on it, or what they have used to invite the necessary officers, Mr. Speaker?
What's your point of order, Senator Mwaura? Then Senator Dulo. Why don't you speak from where you are, Senator Mwaura?
Mr. Speaker, I really want your guidance so that we make a determination of whether we are now discussing the adjournment motion or we are discussing the report of the Security Committee. So that instead of using points of orders to debate, then it becomes very confusing. So I seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. And also, having said this, let me just put it on record that this House is the one actually on trial. Because if we allow extra senatorial moves or motions to predetermine how this House conducts itself, I think we are going on a very slippery road to nowhere. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is one aspect here that we may differ politically, and indeed we can differ until the cows come home. In fact, I would want to say that I have come to realize that in politics, people have learned how to hunt with the foxes and to run with the hares. That's the nature of our politics. However, Mr. Speaker, if we allow that this House, based on an opinion of an individual, that you can actually be refused to express that opinion, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. As a human rights defender, as somebody who stands for the rights of the marginalized and the downtrodden, I think, Mr. Speaker, we have a wondrous occasion to demonstrate that devolution must be defended, because devolution
is the revolution.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say...
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, is that... Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is that in order, therefore, for us to be discussing a substantive motion while at the same time having an adjournment motion? Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance that you must rule on what debate is actually on the floor of the House, and I support that we should ensure that all senators are protected.
Okay. Then Senator Dulo.
Mr. Speaker, I am sorry to rise again. Those lawyers who are here, like Senator Okongo Omugeni, know that you can go to court on a writ of habeas corpus. And I want to be listened to carefully. Senator Omatani,
Order. Let's listen to what Senator Orengo is saying.
Yeah.
Senator Whip, you are so nomadic.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, if you approach the court on a writ of habeas corpus, you don't need to be heard both sides. You can go on an application, on an affidavit. If somebody has disappeared or you don't know his whereabouts, the court, in looking at the material that you have before it, can make a decision. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter which you can act so motu or sua sponte, which means that, Mr. Speaker, you made an order yourself, and you don't need to be persuaded that there has been a violation. I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to make a ruling on the question of the violation, and then we proceed to the question of adjournment. Because otherwise we'll be mixing the two. I urge you, let us have a ruling on that question of the violation by the CS and his team.
Are these points of order, or Senator Dulo, is it a point of order? Because I wanted to make a ruling on that. What is it, Senator Dulo?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to inform the House that I sit in the Committee of the National Security. Mr. Speaker, after you gave your ruling, we went out, and we called the clerk of the committee, where we agreed we should actually call both the CS and the PS Interior and other relevant stakeholders to appear before us 1 o'clock. And I want to put this for record because my colleague here, Senator Wamatangi, was asking for a record whether we summoned the minister or not. Mr. Speaker, before we even met, the committee of the clerk wrote to the CS and the PS. Number two, they sent a message to all those relevant institutions. Number three, the clerk was able to call the PA to the minister. And I don't think it's really fair for us to go around in circles trying to justify whether the committee has done what is required or not. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we even discussed the matter of summon. And clearly, as far as the procedure of the Senate is concerned, summon requires 7 days. And the matter before us does not require us to take 7 days to make a decision on it. Mr. Speaker, I will urge you, the matter before us today, it's really very important. It has been adjourned, this is the almost 10th time. But it wasn't the making of certain senators in this House. But what is before us is the lives of our colleagues who are in incarceration. Mr. Speaker, you must make a ruling on this matter. And I think we cannot proceed on any other motion or anything else until our colleagues are produced on the floor of this House. I thank you.
Order. Senator Sakaja, what's the information? I want to make a ruling on this.
Chair, I just want, Mr. Speaker, to inform you, Mr. Speaker, and the House. Number one, Senator Omatangi asked for the correspondence. This was a directive from the chair that you sit on. In fact, any correspondence, the Hansard alone is enough, Mr. Speaker. And you already said it clearly. And this is a committee I know I have chaired, and I know how we've been working with that ministry. Sometimes many things of security are urgent in nature. Mr. Speaker, instead of going around in circles, because people will come here holding fort for different arms of government, saying a letter needs to go 7 days and we need to do how many for how long, Mr. Speaker, it is clear, and everybody has said, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that there is no coincidence as to why 3 members were arrested on the same day that they're coming to vote, Mr. Speaker. And we don't need to be poetic about it. Mr. Speaker, what we asked for in the morning, what I heard Senator Orengo asking for in the morning, what Senator Mutula and others asked for in the morning, Mr. Speaker, is that you, with the authority of the Senate, as the leader of this House, direct, because we don't want to be told, oh, this one is being charged with sanitizers, or this one is being charged because he didn't social distance. You were to direct, Mr. Speaker, that the Inspector General of Police produces those 3 senators before this House, Mr. Speaker. That is the direction that we wanted. And after that happens, is when we will meet. Because the committee can consider, and they'll give us all sorts of excuses that the minister has given. They can give any reason. They can say this one has another case of graft, this one has another case, etc. What we ask, Mr. Speaker, is for the 3 senators to be produced before this House, before any further discussion on the 3rd revenue formula that is to be discussed, Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Mohammed Haji.
That is what we want, Mr. Speaker, and that is irreducible. That is irreducible.
Order, members.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not intend to stand up. But
Order, senators. I can hardly hear what...
As a result of the question raised by Senator Omatangi as to what the committee did, I laid on the table of the House the minutes of the committee, which you can read, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Senator Kabak, is it on the same? What's the intervention?
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Speaker, I'm very short. I'll be very short with what you're about to rule. Mr. Speaker, I want to give some caution to the direction which Senators Orengo and Senator Weta Ngula have directed you to do. As they have, they have requested you to do. Mr. Speaker, I want you to look at the logic and the issue of the timeline so that you won't fall short of the logic in terms of maybe ruling, and I'm not being preemptive, that, and you have been told by Senator Orengo that, the 3 senators who have been arrested, they can be represented by lawyers in court. But you see now, the cause effect is the catch here. And I would also concur with Senator Ndulo that before we do anything, those 3 senators who are incarcerated must be produced before we do another debate. I think that is the logic. Otherwise, if you are going to rule, Mr. Speaker, that, we adjourn, we proceed, then definitely it will mean, therefore...
You are anticipating my ruling.
I'm finishing.
You are anticipating my ruling.
It is a fear which I have, and it may come to pass.
No.
It may come to pass in terms of... Give me time, I speak, because I represent good people of Machakos. And when people are speaking, I didn't utter even a word.
The Speaker, the nominated senator, you need to protect me, the nominated senator, whom I respect so much, of Kisumu, Rose Nyamunga, she's interfering with my flow of thought. I don't know what she has eaten. She was here to tell us.
You contribute.
Today, maybe she's taken something. So, Mr. Speaker, not being preemptive, I'm saying that look at the bigger picture, what all the senators are saying in this Senate. And Article 1, they are the representative of the people. That those senators must be here for any vote, of any nature, of any kind. Mr. Speaker, I support the adjournment.
Senator Kamar, what did you want? Carl was on the floor, but there's a point of order. Yes, Senator Kamar? Is it on the same?
I also rise to support that you rule on the issue of the report from the committee before we go into the...
Order, senators, I can hardly hear what...
Mr. Speaker, this morning, Senator Gerard Gay moved a motion that passed unanimously. Some of us even didn't get a chance, although we were anxious to actually support that we adjourn for the sake of our colleagues who are not here. It would be a shame that we have colleagues that are very senior lawyers in the House and our colleagues are suffering. So it was good that we adjourned, as all of us supported unanimously. But we need to sort out that before we talk of adjournment. We need to sort out, and I'm urging you, Speaker, that even as you rule on this adjournment, we start thinking about our relationship with those whom we call to the committees. Because this is not the first time that we have had members of the executive not appearing in the committees. There are members who never appear at all. They say they must appear only to the National Assembly. And when an issue like this takes place, then we ask ourselves, how then shall we get justice out for our own selves? Mr. Speaker, I support that we separate those two issues so that we actually dispose of this and go straight to the motion by Senator Kindiki of adjournment, because mixing it has confused a number of us on where we are going. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take much more time. I just want to support that you deal with the motion first, as the chair has tabled. Thank you.
Okay, order, members. I think there was that mix-up because there was no motion on the report. This is a special sitting. So my direction that time and this time is that the Committee of National Security use provisions of Article 153.3 and 125 to summon the minister and his team by Wednesday this week. It is so directed. Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a while that I wanted to speak because I had things to say about all that passed. I have reason to support the adjournment, and I want to speak on three issues. One, I want to speak about the formula that has brought us to where we are today. That formula is going to split this country.
We are talking about adjournment.
Yes.
Yes. Not the formula.
Well, I wanted to begin from where I should have been when I did not get the chance to talk. But let's talk about the adjournment. Mr. Speaker, I'd like you to consider the idea of adjournment without voting. Respect the views of the rest of us. We think that for fairness, we should adjourn without voting till further notice. The reason is that 3 of our colleagues are not here. And those 3 of our colleagues are out on questionable circumstances. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like people to listen because I have a point to make here. There is no reason as to why those 3 members are not here. only a little child, less than 2 years, can be convinced that those people were arrested because they did something. One senator is accused of distributing sanitizers to people who need it. Surely in this country, in this time, who would accuse somebody of distributing sanitizer, since there are so many people that are dying now in this country, there are so many people that are infected now in this country, and need sanitizer to stay clean, need sanitizer to keep away COVID-19. So that is no reason at all to arrest anybody. And another member has been arrested on the question of cattle rustling. Now, it's very hard for me to think that somebody would accuse a senator of cattle rustling. Cattle rustling is as old as the communities that rustle cattle today. And the reason why those communities do cattle rustling is because of the very reason that you didn't want me to speak about. There are very few resources, and as a result, those people want to have cattle so they can have good lives. So this has been going on for a long time. You've been at this in Turkana, Mr. Speaker, and you've got reports about cattle rustling in different parts of Kenya, especially in Turkana. And nothing was done about that. And even today, cattle rustling is going on. Nothing has been done. So how is it that a member of parliament is now accused of having rustled cattle? That's a flimsy reason, because others before him should have been arrested. Why now is this person being arrested? So this only tells me that this arrest was only so that these people would not vote. So because you see what everybody is feeling is that these people should be here to vote. I request you, Mr. Speaker, to adjourn the motion, adjourn this particular house till these members of parliament are here, and then we are going to take that vote.
Senator Kwamboka Beatrice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to oppose the adjournment. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are watching. We've been here severally discussing about this revenue issue. And Mr. Speaker, if someone is arrested, we senators, we are not special than the common mwananchi. Let the police do their mandate. Let us do our mandate here. We came here today for this special sitting just to discuss this issue of revenue. Mr. Speaker, through your wisdom, guide us. Instead of, and the way you see the emotions are going up and down, Mr. Speaker, through your wisdom, kindly show us direction. If you are going to vote, let us vote. For those who are opposing, for those who are for the adjournment, Mr. Speaker, so that we can move on to another debate of the motion.
Senator Mwaruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I was actually a bit worried because my people were asking me, why aren't you contributing? But the truth is that most people were contributing through points of orders in all those sessions that we've been having. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker, that it would be a good thing if we adjourn, as Senator for Turkana is proposing, that we don't have the numbers and we don't know why some of our members are not here. In the morning, we don't know the reasons why they are arrested. We adjourned in the morning, Mr. Speaker, to go and find out what's wrong with them. Now we know. And I was party to the party which went to Senator Malala's house. He told us himself that the reason why he was arrested is that he was caught distributing sanitizers. Now, is that really a reason? Mr. Speaker, we want fairness in this matter. We want fairness because for some of us who have been historically marginalized, devolution is everything. We are only able to determine division of revenue to our counties. That is the 316.5 billion. We do not know how the rest of the 2.7 trillion, Mr. Speaker, is used. That is why we are saying we have the people of Kakamega, through their representative, Senator Malala, who are supposed to be represented in this House. We have the people of Bomet who are supposed to be represented here, but the representative is not here.
Consult in
so
law terms.
I strongly support the motion of adjournment, that we are down until these people are produced in this House, Mr. Speaker. Until they are produced, that was our bare minimum, so that when we are adjudicating on this issue of revenue sharing, we have all the members or all the delegations of our counties represented. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I would like to say is that even if we were to proceed in terms of voting, we need to be assured that those delegations like Kakamega, Bomet, who have written letters here that they don't want to be represented in the voting, that they are not represented. Mr. Speaker, we need that assurance. And the other day, Senator for Nairobi said that at times when you are almost losing a match, then you run away with the ball. We would want to see a situation where fairness is served and served right. Injustice here is injustice everywhere. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that what we are going through as a country, Mr. Speaker, is sad because we have regions that have been historically marginalized. And if we continue without our people from the other side of the aisle who have decided to support us, the people who are actually gaining money, but they've said they want one united Kenya. That's what we've been fighting for, that we want one united Kenya. The people who have been marginalized cannot donate any money because they have nothing to donate. And we shall fight for devolution because it serves us right as the marginalized people, using our sweat, using our blood, and by our flesh. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wako, try to use 5 minutes. I can see the interests are quite, then Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not me? Is it Wako with a Q or Wako with a K?
You're the one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this motion of adjournment. Mr. Speaker, before I say what I want to say, I want to touch a bit on my life before I came to Senate. As I was deliberating on whether to join politics or not, and the issue of being a nominated senator came, majority of the people who have been my friends and who have always worked with me were so happy that I'll be nominated to be a senator in the Senate of Kenya, because they thought, even if I'm getting into politics, that is the best place to begin. Madam Speaker, today, the same friends are praying for me because of what Senate is going through. Life has been difficult. It has been hard for us even to sleep at night. Weekends have been too long. Putting off our phones just because of so many things that keep on coming. And to make the matters worse, Madam Speaker, anytime you say something, you are being told, remember you are a nominated senator. That is what today makes me to speak with all the boldness that I can. Because even if I'm a nominated senator, it doesn't mean, Madam Speaker, that I have come to Senate to be intimidated. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I cannot allow somebody to tell me, just remember, you are a nominated senator. And I'm a canon of the church. I have been in Senate for 3 years, and in politics for only 3 years. And I say, my future is in God's hands. Madam Speaker, today is a very sad day for Senate. We slept, some of us did not sleep. We came this morning fully prepared. But unfortunately, we have been struggling throughout the day. And the struggle continues because of what we are going through. It's very sad that Senate today is going through this. The whole world is watching us, senators. The nation is watching us. We are unable to make decisions. Why? Because of all the interference that is around us. Madam Speaker, the other time when I spoke, I said, we should be our brother's keeper. Today, 3 of us are on the road. Some of us may not know where they're headed to, but we know that they're being taken somewhere. And that is why we are saying and pleading that we adjourn today, so that we can sit together again and reason. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate because Senate of Kenya today, no one can listen to us. I cannot be proud of being here anymore, Madam Speaker, because of the way we are behaving. This morning I watched so many things happening here. The first 30 minutes before Senate began, we are not in the market, Madam Speaker. We are in the Senate of Kenya. We are honorable members. That is not happening today. Madam Speaker, I support this motion of adjournment so that we can be our brother's keeper. And I still plead that reason guides us. Madam Speaker, we are not objective anymore. We are not trying to unite this nation anymore. We are being led by emotions. We are becoming more tribalistic every day. Madam Speaker, I support the motion of adjournment and pray that senators will have time to reason, not to be emotional, but to reason together as leaders of this nation. The country is watching us, the world is watching us, and history will judge us. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Senator Mwarume Jones Mwashushe. Sorry, Senator Cheruyot Aaron Gipkirui. He spoke already. Senator, please let's be removing. Yes, not okay. Senator Cheruyot. And please, because we have a good number of members, let's exercise generosity to one another and take about 3 minutes only.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I'll try and be done in 3 minutes or under. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion. It's a very fair request, Madam Speaker, by 3 of our colleagues who are this afternoon faced with very difficult circumstances. Madam Speaker, I had the unfortunate pleasure of having to stand outside the house of Dr. Christopher Langat the whole of yesterday night. I got to my house at 5:30 in the morning today, Madam Speaker, because he requested me personally, being a neighbor and a good friend of his, not to desert him at his hour of need. I want to plead with you, my colleagues, with a lot of humility. I know somewhere along the line, when you were speaking and we were setting in motion the tone of this particular motion that is before us, emotions may have ran high and things may have been said that I see were about to divide us along the usual lines of against each other based on party lines or based on this new divide of the formula. But I humbly plead with you that 3 of your colleagues who are facing imminent danger have been picked out of their homes. We've just come from Kitengela, where we've seen what has happened to our colleague Malala Cleophas, my age mate and good friend, where he's been picked, no offense revealed to him. He's been put in he's been put in a police vehicle and driven off at extremely high speed. That made me worried that if this was about the pursuit of justice, then why speed off in such, why use the kind of force that they were using on him? That even earlier this morning, when he was delaying and still trying to make sense of the whole situation, they disconnected power and water to his house. It tells you the kind of vengeance that people have on this particular issue. Madam Speaker, when I was speaking to this particular issue last week, I reminded my colleagues that I look back in hindsight with a lot of regret that last time particularly, when many of my colleagues along the aisle will return to this house on many afternoon after battling police the whole morning, smelling of drenches of tear gas. Despite the fact that I may never have celebrated or told Senator Moses Kajwang, my good friend, sorry, I regret that I never spoke. Please, an opportunity is being afforded to you to stand up for what is right. I hear you. Every time that we speak to you, say, oh, we've been down these trenches. The fact that you've been down this particular trench doesn't give you the right to support impunity at this particular time. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and the oppressor? Because if situations of life put you at the same side with the oppressor, never agree with them. And I say this with a lot of humility, from the deep down, from the bottom of my heart, that should a situation present itself where in future, even if it is my own brother, even if it is my good friend who will be controlling the levers of power, I will never allow such a thing to happen. I plead with you, my colleagues. This is not a decision of whether to vote this way or the other way with regards to the formula. It's just a fair request saying, before we proceed, can we be assured, one, of the safety of our colleagues? Two, can we say no to the kind of threats, intimidation, and the impunity that is reigning in this country at this particular hour, where a senator, read our constitution, Article 1, the first body that Kenyans donated sovereign power to is Parliament. Christopher Langat, Lelegwe, Malala, they are holders of sovereign power, which has been taken. They cannot exercise that sovereign power this afternoon because of how government is behaving. I plead with you, my good friends. It may be favorable to you at this particular time. And I wish I had said this when Senator James Orengo was here, because he has reminded us the words that he said on that day. I want to plead with him that the same way he reminded us that government eats their own children, then he shouldn't assist in holding the knife for those governors as it devours their children. Because that's the situation he finds himself in, having been on the other side. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I know requests have been made. I know my colleagues are pleading with you that we do hurry, that we need to proceed. I even plead with my good friend, the Senator from Murang'a, Senator Irungu Kangata, who is almost my age mate, and I have reminded him, because we've had a robust conversation about this, that time and age is on our side. Let us not look back with history and be reminded that when we were presented with such an opportunity, we voted for things to go this way. I am encouraged by the words of the Senator of Embu, Senator Njeru Ndwiga, who has this morning reminded us that he cannot in his old age support the things that he fought against when he was a young person. I respect you, Senator Njeru Ndwiga, because you put out your life fighting. I plead that this is a house that has elders before us. It is not even lost. Maybe this particular opportunity of our colleagues disappearing will present an opportunity for a more amiable solution that will end up having the 47 out of 47 support like we did in 2016. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, I request to support this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boy Juma Boy. And then the Senator of Tana River will come after Senator Dulo. Juma Boy, Senator Dulo, and then the Senator of Tana River from the other chamber. Yes. I see your hands, Senators.
Today you don't see me.
Yes, we start with Juma Boy and I'll come round.
Asante sana Madam Speaker kunipa fursa hii ili na mimi pia niweze kuchangia. Madam Speaker, jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba katika hii session ya special sitting ya wiki iliyopita na wiki hii nimesimama hapa ni kubonyeza karibu mara 2 mara 3 na speaker akiwa pale, na mimi kama senator wa Kwale sikupata fursa wala nafasi ya kuzungumza kama leo. Kwa hivyo Madam Speaker, nakupongeza sana kwa kunipa nafasi hii ili na mimi kama senator kutoka kaunti ya Kwale niweze kuzungumza na maseneta wenzangu kwa kauli moja. Madam Speaker, nasimama hapa mbele kwanza kama senator wa Kwale kuhakikisha kwamba hawa maseneta wenzetu watatu ambao wameshikwa, kabla hatujaendelea zaidi, ni tuhakikishe kwamba maseneta wenzetu watatu wameachiliwa ili waweze kuja hapa kujadili hili swala la muhimu la revenue katika kaunti zetu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi kama seneta wa Kwale kwenyewe hivi sasa kila ninapokwenda kila pale ninapokwenda kila mtu ananiuliza ni vipi hii mambo ya revenue formula yetu. na nikawahakikishia kwamba sisi kama maseneta katika nyumba yetu ya maseneta tutatafuta njia mwafaka ambayo tutaweza kusuluhisha kama siku ya leo. Tumeamka leo, mambo yamekuwa tofauti kabisa. Kila pahali katika mitandao, katika WhatsApp, ni kwamba maseneta wenzetu wamekamatwa. Madam Speaker, naomba kwa utaratibu na kwa unyenyekevu, mimi napinga kuendelea kwa huu motion mpaka hawa maseneta wenzetu watatu waletwe hapa. Na nasema kusema la kweli kwamba kama seneta wa Kwale, mimi nitasimama kidete na maseneta wenzangu mpaka hawa maseneta watatu warudishwe hapa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Madam Speaker, kwa sababu nilikuwa naomba nipate fursa hii na mimi niweze kuchangia. Lakini sio tije hapa nikae pale na bonyeza na speaker ikae pale ananiona na siku zinaenda mpaka wananchi wanasema kwamba wafanya nini katika Senate. Ni haki yangu kama seneta wa Kwale kuja hapa kuzungumza. Asante sana Madam Speaker.
Asante Senator Dulo. And please let's try 3 minutes because the numbers we have here will take us very far.
Madam Speaker, I wish to stand to support this adjournment motion. Reason being, Madam Speaker, and before I say the reason, let me put for record here. There are people who are asking, why is Fatuma Dulo opposing these formulas that have been introduced by the Committee of Finance? Madam Speaker, I support the government of the day 150%, if there is anything like 150%. But I am elected by Isiolo people to come and represent their interest here. And that is the reason why I'm opposing this amendment by the Committee of Finance. Madam Speaker, for the record, and I'm repeating it again, my county is losing 869 million with a budget of 4.2 million, which clearly means if this amendment goes through, Madam Speaker, we are going to close down our county as far as operation and development is concerned. Madam Speaker, we have our colleagues who are out there, who are not in this house, and the reason why we adjourned this morning, more so Senator Lelegwe, whose county is losing, and he's not in this house to represent his people, which is really unfortunate. Number two, Madam Speaker, there are 2 senators who have said, in the interest of this house and in the interest of Kenyans, they will support with those who are opposing. Madam Speaker, let people not be selfish, especially those who are thinking that certain formula is better than the other. Madam Speaker, for as long as we have 316.5 million allocated to counties, there is no way that we are not going to lose money if that formula is going to be used. Madam Speaker, Senator Malala, he gave an authority to his nominated senator, and Senator Langat did the same. There are those who are thinking, because the authority was there before, and I want to preempt this, they feel like, you know, Madam Speaker, that they can use that against the numbers on the other side. Let me tell you, my colleagues, with all due respect, you don't have numbers. Reason being, Senator Malala has withdrawn his authority, simply because he's the leader of the delegation. Number two, Senator Langat has also withdrawn. And if people are going to use the letters that were given this morning, and I want to set a precedent that was actually ruled in this house. Last Senate, when the votes were not tallying, Madam Speaker, Senator Obure, on the floor of the House, authorized his senator for Kisii then to vote on his behalf. And I hope those who are thinking they are going to use authority of Langata or disregard the authority that was withdrawn to carry the vote of today, you are wrong. It will not happen because there is already a president on this floor of the House. Madam Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues. We have said that we have to be each other's keeper. What we have on the floor of this House today is dividing this country. It's dividing the senators.
Senator Achi, are you on a point of order or contribution? Okay, I'll give you a chance to contribute.
Madam Speaker, last week we adjourned simply because some people didn't want the solution that was going to come out of that discussion. Today we have a real, genuine reason that we want to adjourn this House. And we have said, in all fairness, in respect for the people of Bomet, and I've seen on the social media, by the way, there is burning going down in Bomet. In fairness to the people of Kakamega, who are represented here, Madam Speaker, in fairness to Samburu people whose senator is not in this House, Madam Speaker, we have all the reason to adjourn this motion. And I beg you, Madam Speaker, and I urge my colleagues, let us not have this motion or this formula divide this House. Let us reason together. I was in the last Senate and I had been in this, I'm in this Senate right now. We've never had in history of this country what is happening today in the Senate. Madam Speaker, I request our colleagues who have taken hard stand simply on selfish interest to change their position and look at the bigger picture of this country and the bigger picture of this Senate. And more so, the counties where we represent. How does it feel the plate of ugali on the table is taken away from you and given to a county that is actually getting more than you? That is what the formula is all about. Madam Speaker, in all fairness, I urge you, let us adjourn this House and come to reasoning. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator of Tana River, Wario College.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama hapa kidete ili kuweza kupinga wale wenzetu ambao walishikwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ninaunga mkono kabisa mswada wa kuakhirisha jambo ambalo liko mbele yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, haiwezi ikawa ni kwa bahati mbaya seneta watatu ambao wanawakilisha jimbo lao kushikwa siku ya leo, ambao wote sisi tunajua wanapiga kura kwa upande mmoja. Mheshimiwa Spika, seneta wa Kakamega alishikwa kwa sababu alikuwa anagawanya sanitizers jana. Basi angekuwa ameshikwa jana akaachiliwa leo, sababu jana hakukuwa na huu mswada hapa katika bunge, lakini leo huu mswada uko hapa bungeni. Kwa nini ashikwe leo ili aweze kukosa kupiga kura? Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wa Samburu, watu wa Kakamega wamedhulumiwa kwa sababu walipigia kura maseneta wao ili waje wawakilishe hapa. Ikiwa watu hao leo hawapatikani hapa kupiga kura, basi inaonyesha ya kwamba watu wa Kakamega hawako katika jambo hili la ugavi ya rasilimali, na watu wa Samburu pia hawako katika ugavi huu wa rasilimali ya leo. Kwa hivyo tunaona ya kwamba hapa hakuna haki ambayo imetendeka. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kweli wacheni tuakhirishe ili mpaka siku ile watawaachiliwa hawa watu, ndio bunge iweze kurudi, tuje tuzungumze mambo haya. Sababu tukiwa seneta watatu hawatapatikana hapa, basi haki haijatendeka. Na sisi
on a point of order, Senator Kidiomi.
Been explored extensively, and according to I'm studying on done number 104 that the mover that the question be now put on this debate.
Honorable Senators, I would like to allow Senator Coolidge first to finish what he's saying, then I can react to that.
Kwa kweli, asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Tunataka iakhirishwe ili siku ile ambao hao watu watatu watawachiliwa, senators, ndio huu msaada uregeshwe tena. Asante kwa kunipatia nafasi.
Thank you, Senators. Had I called the name of Abshiro? Yeah, I think Abshiro had been ticked. But I want to ask Senators, because some members are feeling that we should put the question now. Can we agree? Senators, I want a compromise. Can I take 2 from this side and 2 from this side? Okay, because Senator Abshiro is still on the way coming, Senator Abshiro can come from the other chamber. I would like to give to the Senator of Mombasa, Mwinyi Mohamed Faki.
Asante Speaker kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia.
And please 3 minutes timed.
Madam Speaker, nilikuwa hapa wiki iliyokwisha nikabofya mpaka bunge likaahirishwa, sikuweza kuongea. Leo nimekuwa hapa mapema kabisa kabla ya saa 3 nikabofya sikupata kuongea. Kwa hiyo Member na Speaker, ningeomba unipe dakika 5 kama alizopewa wengine. Kwanza ni kuunga mkono hoja ya kuahirisha mjadala ambayo imeletwa bungeni na Senator Tharaka Nithi, Senator Kindiki. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni masikitiko makubwa kwamba siku kama ya leo ambao bunge la Senate linakaa, maseneta watatu wameweza kushikwa usiku wa manane. Polisi wamekwenda majumbani mwao usiku wa manane kama ambao ni wahalifu wakubwa kabisa wa kivita. Mheshimiwa Speaker, jambo hili si geni. Usiku wa jana, wajuzi kuamkia jana, polisi hawa walivamia madrasa kule Kilifi Mtondia. Usiku wa manane wakapiga watu, wakavunja milango, baadaye wakachukua walimu watatu wa madrasa ile bila ya kujulikana wamekwenda wapi mpaka leo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Speaker, kitendo kama hichi lazima tukikemee, kwa sababu polisi lengo lao ni kuweka usalama. Ni masikitiko pia Mheshimiwa Speaker kwamba maseneta wetu ambao walikuwa Nairobi wote wamechukuliwa kiholela kupelekwa katika kaunti zao za nyumbani bila ya kufuata taratibu zozote. Mheshimiwa Speaker, makosa waliofanya si makosa ya jinai. Ni makosa madogo ambayo hata bondi wangeweza kupewa ili waweze kuja mahakamani siku ambao polisi watakuwa tayari kuweza kuwashtaki. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Speaker, tunaunga mkono kuahirishwa kwa kikao hichi kwa sababu yaliyofanyika leo ni mambo ambayo ni kinyume na sheria na vile vile pia ni kinyume cha uhuru wa demokrasia. Demokrasia inasema kwamba mwakilishi lazima apewe nafasi ya kutoa maoni ama kuunga mkono mswada anaotaka katika bunge bila ya kushurutishwa kwa njia yoyote. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ikiwa maseneta wako tayari kuja bungeni na wanaweza kuzuiliwa na polisi majumbani mwao, hiyo ina maana kwamba hatuna uhuru wa demokrasia katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Uhuru wa demokrasia sio kura tu kila baada ya miaka mitano, ambazo kura zile pia zinaibiwa na watu hawana mahali pa kwenda kudai haki ya kura zile. Mheshimiwa Spika, uhuru wa demokrasia ni kwa yule mwakilishi apewe nafasi na uwezo wa kuweza kuhudhuria bunge na kujadili vikao miswada ambayo inakuja katika bunge lile bila ya kushurutishwa kwa njia yoyote. Mheshimiwa Spika, kitendo ambacho tumeona leo ni kuwa hakuna uhuru wa demokrasia katika bunge letu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kumalizia ni kuwa sisi kama maseneta tuna haki ya kuunga mkono upande wote ambao tunataka kuunga. Na watu wasitishane kwamba sijui chama kiko hivi. Chama ni nguo tu tunavaa na kwenda na kuvua. Lakini tunasema kwamba lazima tupewe uhuru wetu kama maseneta kujadili miswada katika bunge vile ambavyo tunavyopenda. Na nafikiri Mheshimiwa Spika, kuahirishwa kwa kikao hichi au mjadala huu utatupa fursa sisi kama maseneta kukaa chini tena ili tuweze kuwa na muafaka wa kuweza kusonga mbele. Hii mambo ya kuvutana kila mara haitatusaidia sisi, kwa sababu ndio maana tunalaumiana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe, wakati wale ambao wana nafasi ya kusuluhisha mambo haya na kuongeza pesa katika kaunti zetu wamekaa raha mustarehe katika maofisi yao. Asante Bi Speaker.
Senator Abshiro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this debate. Madam Speaker, for the last few sittings, I've been sitting very quietly listening to the debate, and I'm in awe of some of the great orations of my colleagues. But Madam Speaker, sometimes great orations don't only just capture the truth of the time or the truth of the debate, they also capture the big lies. Madam Speaker, there's just so many things I'm very saddened with as people stand in this house and speak untruths and dishonest positions, Madam Speaker, and to take the citizens of this country as fools. Madam Speaker, if there's one place that they're intelligent people is the 254, as the youth of this country will say. So today, I would like to say, Madam Speaker, first of all, I stand to support the adjournment motion and to say that what has been done to our colleagues is really unacceptable, and we condemn it in the highest and the toughest, language possible. Madam Speaker, allow me to just go to a very, to go to one of those confessionals by this German Pastor Martin. This has been said over and over again on this space. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I am not a communist. They then came for the socialists. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. They then came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak because I'm not a trade unionist. They came for the Jews. I didn't speak because I wasn't a Jew. And when they came for me, there was nobody left to speak for me. Madam Speaker, they've come for Malala. And if we don't speak, they've gone for... last week, there was all the talk about Senator Sakaja. There'll be a time when there'll be nobody left to speak for us or for me. Madam Speaker, I'm also coming here to talk about loyalty. We nominated senators have been accused of being disloyal or disobedient. Madam Speaker, that is furthest from the truth. Madam Speaker, the kind of obedience or loyalty that is born of fear and self-preservation is no loyalty at all, and I don't subscribe to that kind of loyalty. Madam Speaker, today I stand here more loyal than the government of Kenya, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and my party leader, more than anybody else. And my track record shows it. Madam Speaker, but I am a very lucky person. My party leader doesn't just inspire obedience and demand it, because he knows the fallacy of forced and narrow obedience that is born of self-interest and self-preservation. He knows that great leaders don't really focus on those. It's the bad leaders who focus on these things. The good leaders inspire principled behavior in their people, and that is what my party leader supports in me. And therefore, I can stand here and say, without fear of persecution, that I oppose this, I support the motion to adjourn, I support my colleagues to be released immediately, and that this country is given the rightful leadership it deserves.
Madam Speaker, you know, they say the number one value, the best value in a leader is courage, for it ensures all other values. Today, this House needs to be courageous and do the right thing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have listened to people I adored, to people I looked up to people I really loved to serve, who are about to become monsters of Kenyan history. They were yesterday's angels. They were yesterday's freedom fighters. But history will judge them so tough, they'll become monsters of hindsight of history. Madam Speaker, I refuse to become one of the monsters of history of this country. I stand with the people of Kenya. I stand with people of Isiolo. I stand with people of Mandera. I stand with people, and I stand with people of Kiambu too. Because when discrimination or injustice is made systemic, tomorrow it will be the people of Kiambu who will be crying, the way the people of the 18 counties that are getting less money are crying today. Nobody should rest. Nobody should rest, Madam Speaker, if an injustice is being made systemic, because for whatever reason, that sword will be turned on anybody who is party to that. And people of Kiambu deserve better. They don't need a formula that robs other people. They don't need... And one of the things, Madam Speaker, before I sit, because my time is running out, the 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 vote, whatever, is not for the people. It is for the self-interest and self-preservation of the political class that are trying to make these people think that it's for them. It is not for the citizens. It is not for the people that it's being purported to be. It is for the political class.
Senators, this is a motion of adjournment. And if we were able to concentrate on adjournment, 2 minutes is enough for a member, so that we can be able to vote on it. Senator of Kilifi, Matsayo Stewart Mwachiru. Yeah. He hasn't spoken. I'm only giving people who have not spoken since morning. And the last one will be...
Asante Bispika. Kitu cha kwanza Bispika, umesema vizuri kunitamka majina yangu yote matatu. Asante sana. Kitu cha kwanza, nataka kwanza kumshukuru babangu, mzee wangu, seneta wetu wa Garissa kwa ripoti yake aliyoileta hapa na yale matokeo yalivyokuwa katika mkutano wake. Kitu cha pili ni kwamba Bispika, historia itachukua mkondo wake hivi leo, si kesho, katika ule uamuzi ambao tutofanya hapa. Mimi naunga mkono kuahirisha mjadala huu kwa sababu una madhara yake ikiwa tutaendelea bila wale maseneta wenzetu watatu kuwa ndani ya bunge hili la Senate kupiga kura. Tuko maseneta 47 katika Kenya. Maseneta watatu wakiwa hawako, ni lazima waweze kueleza huko katika kaunti zao. Hivi sasa tuko na ndugu yangu Lelegwe, seneta wa Samburu. Tuko na ndugu yangu seneta wa Kakamega, seneta Malala. Alafu tuko na seneta mwenzetu kutoka Bomet ambaye ni seneta Christopher Lagat. Hivi sasa wako kwenye magari katika safari za kuelekea katika vituo vya polisi na hatimaye hapo kesho kushtakiwa katika mahakama ama kuandika maripoti ambayo ni ya uongo. Speaker, Martin Luther King, yule ambaye alikuwa mtu ambaye alisifika sana kupigania haki za binadamu huko Amerika, alisema kwamba mtu yoyote anajulikana wakati wa shida, lakini sio mtu anajulikana wakati wa starehe. Kama uko na rafiki anakutambua wakati wa starehe, huyo si rafiki. Wakati ukiwa na shida sasa, huyo ndio rafiki. Wakati umefika sasa. Tunaambiana hapa, je, wewe ukifurahi, mimi nikilia nikiwa ninaenda zangu kwetu, ni haki hiyo? Na ikiwa unafurahi, nitamwambia ndugu yangu Orengo akuregelee. Manake Senator Orengo alisema, serikali hizi tunazoziweka sisi ndio serikali huja baadaye zikageukia wewe mwenyewe. Kwa hiyo ndugu yangu Pogisio, ukiwa wewe ni kinara katika upande wa walio wengi, na ndugu yangu Kangata ambaye nampenda sana, uko na historia ya kuitengeneza hivi leo. Ukubaliane na sisi ya kwamba tuahirishe mpaka wale maseneta wenzako wawe hapa. Mr. Speaker, vile vile nataka kusema ya kwamba kuahirisha mjadala huu utaleta mafanikio, kwa sababu watu wanasema ukifanikiwa unakuwa na mama wengi, na ukiwa hutafanikiwa utaanguka, basi wewe utakuwa mayatima. Tunasema ya kwamba wazungu wanasema success has many mothers, but if you are a failure, you are an orphan. Wakati huu sasa ndio wa kusema kama sisi hapa tuko pamoja, tuko na many mothers, ama sisi hapa ni ma-orphan. Manake Kenya ni nchi moja, na Mr. Speaker, tunasema ya kwamba lazima Kenya ibaki kama nchi moja.
Up. Your time is up, Senator. The last senator on my right who has not spoken is Senator Iman Falhada Deko. And I'm looking for the last one who has not spoken. Who has not spoken?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join my colleagues and to support the motion of adjournment and to support my colleagues, the release of the 3 senators who were arrested. And up to now, we don't know why they were arrested. The 3 senators were elected by their people, and they have responsibility to be there for their people. And allow me, Madam Speaker, and I will not allow the intimidations the nominated senators are having, especially me, who have been receiving calls to be told that I should not be seen in the corridors of the Senate. Is so unfortunate. And allow me to quote, Madam Speaker, a quote by an American author called O.G. Madimo. He said, "I am a lion, and I refuse to talk, to walk, to sleep with the sheep. I will not hear those who weep and complain, for their disease is contagious. Let me join the sheep, The slaughterhouse of the failure is not my destiny." Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. The last senator on this side who has not spoken is Senator Omogeni. He came on a point of order, I am told. Honorable Senators, this is a motion for adjournment. We'll still debate our own motion. So let's close this one so that we can come back. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to go on record as supporting this motion for adjournment. And Madam Speaker, I want to look at Senator Kangata and give graphic events of what has happened to your colleagues. If you are Christian, you will be attentive and you will listen. I have just spoken to Senator Lelegwe, Madam Speaker, who has just arrived in Samburu, and he has gone through a very horrifying experience. Mr. Speaker, in these times where we all are facing the threat of COVID-19, your colleague, whom I'm sure you love, Senator Kangata, because you are a Christian, was sandwiched in a vehicle with 4 police officers who were not wearing masks and who have been coughing all the way to Samburu. So as you speak here, you are telling us to proceed with this business of this house. Your own colleague has been tormented, and we don't know what will be the status of his health tomorrow, Senator Kangata. I'm empathetic to colleagues who face distress. I've been to your home twice. When you lost your father, despite the fact that you are from Jubilee, I was there to mourn with you. When you lost your dear mother, because I know how close mothers are to their sons, I was there to mourn with you. And I want to tell you that, Senator Kangata, I'm standing with my 3 colleagues, not because they belong to ODM, but because I don't identify with the injustice that is being meted against our 3 colleagues. And I want to tell you, Senator Kangata, that I was raised as a Christian. I will tell anybody I have a ranking there in government that I can never, while I'm alive and breathing, support injustice. I want to sit in this Senate and witness you and my friend Senator Pogisho lobbying senators, and you get the number that you require, 25, and you defeat me. And I will retreat to Nyamira and say, I was given an opportunity to say something on your behalf, but the majority carried the day. We should never, under any circumstances, behave like crocodiles who shed tears when they are eating somebody. That should never happen. We are human beings, we are Christians, and we must accept that an injustice here is an injustice meted to all Kenyans, wherever they are. So, Madam Speaker, as I speak here today, I want to tell you that it's by the grace of God that I and Senator Murkomen are alive. When we were leaving Senator Malala's house, police officers who were in 3 vehicles, just to block us so that we don't see the destination of Senator Malala, pushed the car we were in off the road. It's by the grace of God, maybe it's because of the prayer that my dear wife said to me at 5 a.m. as I was leaving my house, that we are here alive. My brother, this is not a laughing matter. It's not. It's not a laughing matter. This is serious business. If your 3 colleagues can be picked by police on trumped up charges, you are a lawyer. You know it is a misdemeanor. If somebody has defied COVID-19 regulations, you can write to that senator and request them to appear before a police station. You bond them and ask them to appear before court the following day. You don't need to cause drama like what we have seen today. I want to speak to you. You are young. You have a long journey to travel in your political career. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Senator Kangata, on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me first take this opportunity to express my great sympathy to our colleagues who are, allow me. Madam Speaker, is it in order, my colleague, senior lawyer, to seem to be like he's addressing me, Madam Speaker, and somehow giving some innuendos, some implications to my personal character? I just want that clarification that he should be addressing the House, not me.
Not
I have
the
nothing
House.
to do with anything. Please,
In fact,
please,
address
I
the
urge
speaker.
my colleague not to
Thank
mention
you.
my name, and just to address
Thank you.
everyone who is
Point
with us.
taken.
Thank
Point taken, Senator Kangata. Honorable Senator, please address the chair always.
Madam Speaker,
Yeah.
in conclusion, Madam Speaker, there are some of our colleagues here, Madam Speaker, who have gone through the pain of high-handedness from the governments of the day. There are senators in this House, Mr. Speaker, who knows how painful intolerance can be. The leader of majority, Madam Speaker, whom I started reading about when I was 18 years old, Senator Pogisho, was expelled by his party KANU in 1988. In 1988, simply because he was fighting for the interests of his people of West Pokot. He was then the MP for Kacheliba. And when we were with him in London last year in February, I told him that, my brother, I admire the courage with which you fought for the interests of your people, Madam Speaker. And all of us here, Madam Speaker, have a constitutional right to advocate with passion and emotion where we can the interests of our counties. That should not invite the government of the day to prefer fabricated charges against us. And we cannot sit here, Madam Speaker, as senators saying it is business as usual. It can never be, Madam Speaker. I'm requesting my colleagues, honorable senators, seated here today, that we have an opportunity to send a strong message to government, that if they want us to pass business, the best option they have is to lobby us, not to arrest us so that we don't appear before this House to cast our votes. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I support the motion by Senator Kindiki that this House must adjourn till our three colleagues, Senator Langat, Senator Lelegwe, and Senator Malala, are produced before this House. I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I would only give Senator Yusuf Haji if he still has any word. Okay, thank you. Senators are concerned that I have ignored you, Senator Senior, but I knew you had told me that you would like to skip for now. Honorable Senators, I now would like to put the question that the debate be now adjourned. Senators, we are going to vote. And in voting, we are going to vote and we'll be asking the members from the other chamber to come forward. And we are going to use the two systems so that we move faster. So if we can have the screen for those of you who have your cards on, then we'll have, can we have the bell rung for 2 minutes? Honorable Senators, the bell has stopped, so you can now take your seats. And Senators, honorable senators, please walk in. The screens are ready, so you can start to vote. It is electronic. It's electronic for those who are inside, so please log in. And those who are in the extended chamber, please come in and you'll vote as assisted voters. Can we start? Yeah, we can start. We may vote now. Yes. We are voting now. Vote now. Honorable Senators, those of you who have come from the extended chamber, please come forward. You'll vote as assisted voters. The clerks are ready for you. Sorry, just hold on. I think the system is having another problem. Honorable Senators, yeah, please go to your seats. It's going to be very fast if we can vote electronically. That's why we allowed both systems. Yeah. Okay. Honorable Senators, 32 members have voted. The other members can, only 32 have voted successfully. And the printout is out. The printout is out, so you can sign. Kwamboga. Why don't you call the names of the members who have not voted? Order, members. Order, members. Please console in low tones. We have tried to use the machine. Some people have succeeded, some have not succeeded. So if you have not succeeded, please come and tick your name in front here. Yeah, some succeeded. Honorable Senators, please observe social distancing. Please observe. Make sure you have your mask on and keep your distance from your colleague. Thank you. Yeah. Honorable Senators, if you have voted, please go and take your seat. There is no lobbying, there is no campaign. Please vote and go and take your seat. Hey, Senator. Majority whip. Order, members. Some members are signing and sticking around the box. Honorable Senators, if you have signed, please go and sit down. Allow Senator Haniri and Gangata to be the only people to. Senator Gangata, we are not doing any campaign here. Please take yours. Honorable Senators, order, Honorable Senators. I don't understand who is sitting here. Can we move and allow only Senator Aniri for one side and Senator Gangata to stand here? A lot of us are really standing here, and this is not correct. Yes, before the clerks continue, I want everybody else to sit. If you have voted, please go and sit. Only Senator Aniri and Senator Gangata. Please allow social distancing even if you're on the queue. Please, Waragura, we need you after this. I know they have not voted, but that line seems to be too congested also. Senator Angata, can we see your mask on, please? Please sit if you have voted. It helps. Honorable Senators, I'm seeing more crowding again. Can we please disperse and give each other distance? Please, let's respect one another. Senators, can we have only those who have not voted, please, at the front? If you have voted, check. Those who voted electronically have a right to check in case their electronic vote did not work. Honorable Senators, if you voted electronically, please check. We are receiving errors already. Just check. And if you have checked and you have voted, please leave the desk. Senator Kangata. Senator Kangata and Senator Niri, your job is to observe, not to campaign.
Scheduling people to vote in a particular way.
That's why I said, can we move? Can everybody else move except two people? Can everybody move? Because we are having problems also of intimidation when you have too many people crowding. Why does everybody want to know who other members voted? What other members voted for? Honorable Senators. Honorable Senators, can we stop the process? Honorable Senators, we want the tellers only 2 people. Can the rest of the senators take their seats, please? Also, it is partly intimidation when you want to know where people have voted. So please move out of, we want the tellers only, 2 people. Yes, I allowed the member who abstained to now vote in the direction they want. And I said there were 2 abstentions, just in case the other one was also an error, you have a right to vote. Thank you, Senators. But if you can allow the members to, the 2 tellers to count for us. Okay, can we allow the clerks and the tellers to go through? Honorable Senators, please take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats, Honorable Senators. And if you came from the other chamber, you may go back after your vote. Honorable Senators, can we now allow the clerks to count with the tellers only? Counting? Oh. Senator Murkomen, please allow Ganiri to do his work. Here. Please allow only 2 people. Now the clerks will call you if you are not okay. Please sit down. Please take your seats. Thank you.
There's a problem, social distancing here.
Toothpick. Stone. Stone too. Stone too. Mike.
Okay, take your seats, honorable senators.
We have therefore recorded a statement, and the senator is free to go back to his people and to his business in the Senate. Everything is in order. May I also confirm that the police officers here have been very courteous and helpful, and we've not been harassed in any way whatsoever.
Senator, what do you tell your supporters?
Okay, I want to thank the people of Bomet for their moral support. And I want to say that I'm accused that on 12th of August, I managed to mobilize 200 youths from Bomet and took them to Amalo River in Bosmoru, and then administered an oath for them.
House, A, the Speaker has no vote, and B, in the case of a tie, the question is lost, which means the question to adjourn has been lost, And therefore, we proceed to the next order. Order, senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. Observe social distance. Senator Kangata and the Senator. First, order. Order, members. Order, order, order. You'll have to remove your card so that I'm able to tell. Remove your card so that I'm able to. Remove all your cards. Okay? Bas. We now, Senator Petronila Were, so that, what's your point of order, Senator Sakaja?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the vote has been taken and we accept. But Mr. Speaker, there's a question that was raised in this House. Mr. Speaker, you've heard the content and the feeling of all the members from both sides about the true intention of the happenings of the last 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 78 of our standing orders is very clear. Mr. Speaker, there was a question that was raised earlier of correspondence that Senator Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, an alumni of a great school called the Duke of York, later Christian Lenana School, said, Mr. Speaker, I'm on a point of order. No. He's on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members. Order, members.
Mr. Speaker, I know what they're guarding. You know, last time we said some people ran away with the ball. When the goal is being scored, you run with the ball. And then we said, and I withdraw those comments of the referee training with one team. That is not here now. Mr. Speaker, my brother Malala Wahungu wrote a letter withdrawing his delegation. Mr. Speaker, my other brother, the senator, I'm on a point of order. I'm on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, you can raise a point of order at any point. We've also been in this house. Yeah, we've been in both houses. Mr. Speaker, the senator for Bomet, Langat, and if you look at the videos, Mr. Speaker, he has just been received so emotionally by his wife and children in Bomet. He said, as the senator for Bomet, elected, he has withdrawn his vote and he's withdrawn his delegation. Mr. Speaker, you must rule to us now whether our standing orders have changed or whether, Mr. Speaker, I have a delegation of 7. In my letter, the first person who votes if I'm not there when they arrest me tomorrow, because I've just been informed I'm in the list, it's okay, is Senator Faria. If Senator Faria is not there, it is Senator Beth Mugo. If Senator Beth Mugo is not there, it's Senator Millicent Omanga, Mama Miradi. And if Senator Beth Omanga is not there, there is no vote. But today, Mr. Speaker, I can delegate it. I can say if I'm not there, there is no one delegated to vote on my behalf. Those are the rules. So, Mr. Speaker, as we proceed on Senator Whereas, because I'm raising this because we are discussing now, you have read out the next
order, Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, you have read out the next order. And the next order is Senator Whereas amendment, and Senator Whereas amendment will be voted on. We want to know who is going to vote on behalf of Malala, who is going to vote on behalf of Bomet. Mr. Speaker, I humbly ask that you give us direction on that, because also, last time people ran with the ball, now they've ran with the strikers. So just tell us who is going to make the decision on behalf of those two counties so that we determine how we are going to move ahead as a house. We have rules. Our rules are not suggestions. Our rules are the rules, and those are our standing order. Mr. Speaker, I humbly ask that you make that, without further debate, that you make that determination, and we are sure you'll make the right determination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kangata, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 31, Sabbatical 3 and 4, that Senate does resolve to extend its sitting time and until the closure of business. I ask Senator Orengo to support me. Thank you.
Order, senators. Order, senators. Order. What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, it was Senator Orengo, again, this morning, who, Mr. Speaker, said that we must move sequentially. Mr. Speaker, there was a point of order raised by Senator Sakaja. A very important point of order on, Mr. Speaker, the voting capacity of the members of delegation of Bomet and Kakamega. Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo, you cannot have your cake and eat it. You had your time at my age. Allow us also to have our time. Yeah, so you don't interrupt us.
Order,
Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. What's your
Mr.
point
Speaker,
of order?
I'm on a point of order.
I'm
on a point of order.
Order, leader.
I am on a point of order.
Order. Leader, he's on a point of order.
I am on a point of order.
Yes, order, senators. Okay.
But I'm on a point of order.
Order.
I am on a point of order.
Order, Senator Orengo. Order, Senator Orengo. He's on a point of order. He is on a point of order.
I am on a point of order.
He's on a point of order, Senator Orengo.
Yeah. You will have your time.
He's on a point of order.
You will have your time.
Okay. He's on a point of order. Okay.
Senator Orengo.
Senator Murkomen.
Senator Orengo, please. Please. You have made me point of reference in this house 100 times. So please.
Senator Murkomen, focus on your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, I'm focusing on what I came to do here. Mr. Speaker, you remember in my contributions earlier, and you were on the chair, that the withdrawal of 3 senators had consequences on the motion that we just voted. And you remember in my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I said that it must be clear to this House before we progress that the letters that were written by Senator Langat and Senator Malala, which were received in your office, Mr. Speaker, must first be recognized to determine, Mr. Speaker, whether the motive that we have all debated in this House of arresting all these 3 senators had something to do with delegating their vote, and then someone else will vote against their will. And Mr. Speaker,
Those senators are very clear. Senator Langata actually wrote a second letter. After writing one in June, he repeated another one today that is asking the Speaker that no member of his delegation can vote on his behalf. So why is this important? I know Senator Rengo off the record was trying to say, we are not yet there. We are there, Mr. Speaker, and let me convince you why. Mr. Speaker, we are there because we are now moving to a motion that concerns counties.
What is your point of order, Senator?
And if it's a motion concerning counties, Mr. Speaker, my point of order is that, Mr. Speaker, we are requesting you to first make the ruling, Mr. Speaker, on the question of, a substantial question of whether Senator Milko, Senator Sionga, Senator Msuruve will vote on behalf of Malala and Langat, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr.
Mr. Speaker, I need your attention.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr.
Mr. Speaker, this event happened in this Senate, the last session. And Mr. Speaker, when Senator Obure delegated his vote, a senator who used to sit at the back, where Senator Wakarura is now, sneaked in just after the bell. And Mr. Speaker, we then raised a point of order at the time and requested for a determination. But at that point, Mr. Speaker, it was already too late. It was already too late to raise that objection. There was a second senator who used to sit here. The senator of Samburu used to sit here. Leshore. Senator Leshore left chamber and delegated his vote by SMS, Mr. Speaker, to then Senator Lesuda, Naisula Lesuda. We raised a point of order at the time, but the Speaker ruled us out of order because we raised the point of order after the fact. Therefore, Mr. Speaker...
Senator Mutula.
Sorry.
I have to cut you short.
Oh, sorry. Because
the motion that has been moved to extend is time-bound. Let it be... We'll come back. Because if we don't extend, then we'll not discuss.
It's okay. It's okay, guys. It's okay.
So let us... who is seconding?
So I'm still on the floor, Speaker.
Okay. Then we'll come back to this.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say this in seconding this motion. Let us not debate in fear. In fact, a lot of people where you're going, probably are going on the same path. But let's do things correctly and sequentially. And the question of whether some delegations here have a right to vote, members of delegation, that is a question you're going to deal with. But a motion has been moved. It has not been seconded. It has not been proposed. And then in the middle of it, you're dealing with another order, which has not been called. Because this motion, you allowed Senator Kangata to move the motion, and before the seconder was called upon, I was not allowed to second. So, Mr. Speaker, all I want to say, this is a procedural motion, and I think even the issues that are being raised on whether a member of a delegation can vote without designation or whether there's been a revocation, that is an important question that we've got to deal with. And some people have evidence that we don't have yet. So, Mr. Speaker, I second this motion so that the time be extended, then we can allow debate on this very pertinent question. Even for me, I'm just one person from Siaya. And it is very important to know what happened in circumstances where I'm not here, and if I can actually appoint somebody to vote on my behalf. So, Mr. Speaker, I support, and since it's a procedural motion, I urge you to put the question, we vote on it.
Order, senators. Are you directing the speaker on what to do? Let's have some order. Let's have some order. Order, senators. Order. We are at the tail end of this process. Let us not, this is a procedural motion, let us not bungle it up. I propose the question, which is that the Senate extends its sitting time until conclusion of business at order number 2. I put the question. What's your point? Okay, what's your point of order? Senator Chariot. Okay, Senator Chariot. Okay.
Speaker, what you are about
Senator
to do...
Murkomen, you are not on the floor.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, what you are about to do has never happened in any parliament anywhere in the world. Not in a Commonwealth Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Anytime a speaker proposes the question, you must look up the screen and see if there are members who want to contribute.
Yes.
And many of us want to contribute to this motion.
I'm looking
so
at it.
allow us the privilege to contribute. Then you now put the question.
So, honorable senators, you'll have to remove your card so that I know who wants to contribute to this. The screen is full. The screen is full. Oh, okay. Senator Haniri George.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to vehemently oppose the extension of this House as moved by Senator Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I think this is now becoming a circus, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, order, senators. Order. Order, senators. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this is becoming a circus, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the motion for extension for the simple reason that we had earlier adjourned because of our colleagues, our 3 colleagues who were incarcerated. And the reasons that we gave is that the matter before the Senate today on allocation of revenue to counties is such an important role of this House that we cannot allow, Mr. Speaker, that we proceed with that motion in the absence of our colleagues who would have wished to be here, who woke up early in the morning to be here with us. But, Mr. Speaker, because of other forces out there, they are not here with us. They are not here with us because they have been arrested on some flimsy charges. Charges that are available, Mr. Speaker. I went to Senator Malala's house, and we tried to plead with the DCIO, that were, the officers that were there, that this has a very important duty today, a very important role today to play in the Senate. You allow him to go to the Senate, he will present himself tomorrow or after the session. Mr. Speaker, that was rejected. The whole essence, the whole purpose of arresting these 3 senators, you can see it is coming out now very clear. If the government of the day wants its motion to go through, because we know it is supported by the government of the day, there are better ways of doing it. You can convince people, but you cannot throw people in jail so that you pass the motion when they're in jail so that they're not in a position to vote. Mr. Speaker, this is wrong. It is unacceptable. We must oppose this to the end and insist that we can only vote on this motion when our colleagues are released. Mr. Speaker, I vehemently oppose.
Senator Kimani wa Matangi.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I could just Just speak from here. Mr. Speaker.
Senator, order. Senator Kangata. Order, senators. The world is watching you.
Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Wambua?
Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to Standing Order number 116. The Speaker, since morning, the Senator of Murang'a, the whip on the majority side, has disrupted debate over and over and over again. The Speaker, can you invoke the provisions of Standing Order number 116 and bring it to bear on the Senator for Murang'a, Mr. Speaker? The matters we are discussing here, Mr. Speaker, are serious matters. And the way he has been behaving since morning, Mr. Speaker, I implore the chair to invoke the provisions of Standing Order number 116 so that it serves as a lesson to him and other senators, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. Order, senators. I know our sugar levels may be going down, but let us try to maintain our integrity. Senator Kangata, I want to caution you that please conduct yourself in a manner befitting a senator so that we are able to conduct this business to the end. Senator Kimani.
Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that would be more controversial, Mr. Speaker, or I don't want to call it deceitful, because I want to use good language, but with the questions that have been put to you, Mr. Speaker, for determination, and the importance of it, which was raised by the same senators who are saying, Mr. Speaker, that you should not extend time and have this matter discussed, then what are we saying? Is it a cat and mouse game? You know, what kind of ball are we playing, Mr. Speaker? You know, because we have to be sincere, Mr. Speaker. People must be sincere, Mr. Speaker. There are issues that have been put for determination here, Mr. Speaker. The matter here, Mr. Speaker, and people, when they come to equity, must come with clean hands, Mr. Speaker. Because when we say that we want to have those matters discussed, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure, Mr. Speaker, then that happens. Give a determination. We need to extend time, put all these matters to rest, Mr. Speaker, and let this House go on recess when all the business before us in the order paper is prosecuted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a very interesting time. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue at hand is an issue that affects 47 counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, every county, regardless of the number of people who live in that county, are represented by one senator. Lamu, which has a population of 101, has one senator. Nairobi, which has a population of 4 million, has got one senator. This is a matter which is not something that can be played around with. This is a matter that requires the senator of that county to be here so that he can be able to fulfill his constitutional mandate. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is the only thing that a senator can actually stand up and say, I have done so. I have fulfilled the mandate. It will be unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker, sir, for us to continue discussing issues that relate to county number, is it 22? County Samburu, county of Bomet, who are my neighbors, and county of Kakamega, Mr. Speaker, sir, when the senators are not here. I've looked at the standing orders, and it is very clear. When we continue talking and talking and talking, Mr. Speaker, sir, you said it clearly, our sugar levels are going down. We've been here since morning. In the last two instances where you, in your wisdom, decided to prioritize the issue of COVID, you know, we have senior citizens here we have Senator Haji, whom I respect a lot. On the other hand, we also have, he's now on the phone, who is Attorney General Emeritus. He's also old. Mr. Speaker, sir, this issue of COVID is serious. And the more we sit here the whole day, last week, Mr. Speaker, sir, I raised the issue of the House business sitting, having physical meetings. I received inboxes telling me it is Nikubaya. In fact, those are the words. Then why are we pretending? Are we saying that COVID is not real? Are we saying that we can sit here the whole day, from morning to evening, discussing? Thank you. And I'm glad you raised it. I was actually waiting for you to do that. You know, I was waiting for you to do that. And thank you, Majority Leader. If there's anything you've done today which makes me happy, is to remind me to protect myself. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to beseech you to listen to these honorable members. We are sick and tired of getting into a fight with the executive. We should be people who should be sitting here and we make our own decision. Let us not allow people from outside to control ourselves. We are being controlled by a remote control. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to oppose the extension of time because we've been playing musical chairs here. We come here, we talk about one Kenya, but there are some people who have an imaginary view of what one Kenya is. You know, Mr. Speaker, sir, when I was seated there, it dawned on me that I wish I was here. I was in America then, when people were writing the Constitution in Naivasha. I would have made sure there is a provision that can allow counties to secede if they so desire. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are here, 47 delegations. All those 47 delegations must be here to determine the issue of revenue. If we try to leapfrog, or rather to rush things, what is going to happen, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that we are going to deny the people of Kakamega their right. We are going to deny the people of Bomet their rights. And we're also going to deny the poor of Samburu, who for the last 57 years have been treated like they don't exist. Today, their senator arrested because of some flimsy charges. I wish they were telling us they have gone to arrest those people who are stealing money of the dead, the COVID millionaires, not our honorable colleagues. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to request my dear brothers here and sisters, just the way you voted for us to continue and not to adjourn, today I want to ask you to vote also for us to have another day. When our colleagues are here, we can get their wisdom. We can hear why they support or oppose. But when we rush things, there's nothing we are getting. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not going to help this country. It is not going to help the executive. Neither is it going to help the judiciary. We must vote. We must decide issues when the 47 delegations are here. You've been invited, Mr. Speaker, sir, to make a ruling on who should vote for Bomet and who should vote for Kakamega. But before we could even contribute on that, there comes the distinguished senator, the majority whip, who decides, no, let's do this. Let us extend time. I mean, we need to think. And I think it is about time that as honorable colleagues, I beseech you, that we think about this Kenya when we are not here. Because we think as if we, even if today I give my brother Linturi, even if I give you 1 billion shillings and tell you, kula ileo, you will not finish it. And even if you had the magic and you are able to consume all that money, you know where it will go to waste. So, on a very serious matter, I want to remind all of you that we are here because of our counties. We are not here because of a few individuals. You know, some of us have been ranting out there. But we are not afraid to stand here and tell people that, you know, what goes around comes around. You know? It will come back again, and it will come back to bite you. And it will bite you so dearly. I love what Senator Kasanga said today. The Bible talks about a curse of 4 generations. So as we sit down here today to determine whether to extend debate or not, I want you to remember one thing. We're also human beings. And sometimes we get to a position where all you want to see is justice. It is that time now. Kenyans have been oppressed for a very long time. I want to assure Kenyans out there, and particularly the residents of Bomet County, the residents of Kakamega, and the residents of Samburu, that as I stand here, I will defend your right. And I'll defend the right of your senator to be here. Because I think maybe it was out of genius that only the elected leaders can be able to vote on matters that affect counties.
Senator Ledama,
so
Mr.
Speaker, I was waiting for your attention, and thank you for giving me more time. I vehemently oppose this issue of extending time. Let us go home. Let us sit down. My leader always tells me, Orengo, now let's talk about it. Pole, 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 pole. And my father, Haji, always tells me, pole, pole, gidanangu. Pia mimi naambia, pole, pole. Thank you.
Senator Nderitu Kinywa. Okay. Kinywa, then Senator Kindiki. Senator Kinywa. Senator Kindiki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend you for your patience today. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will go straight to saying the following. Whichever way the adjournment or rather whichever way the request to proceed with business goes, that's neither here nor there. What I want to do, Mr. Speaker, is under Standing Order 78. And based on the standing order raised by my brother, my junior, Senator Sakaja from the Duke of York School, I would like to table, for the record, Mr. Speaker, I had promised to do so, I didn't. One, the letter of Senator Cleophas Malala, Member of Parliament, Senator for Kakamega, Deputy Minority Leader, to you, received today in your office, Mr. Speaker, and a letter from Senator Dr. Langat, received in your office today, Mr. Speaker, I table.
Senator, Majority Leader, have you been overtaken by events? You are off mic.
It's okay. Professor Kindiki has tabled a document in the middle of another motion which is different, and is transacting something else. That's just while he managed to sneak that in. Speaker, I don't think it's properly before you.
Order. You know, in the course of your debate, you can table anything to support your argument. So I think it's not out of order. What's your point of order, Senator Wamatangi?
Mr. Speaker, I absolutely have a lot of respect for my colleague, Senator Kithure Kindiki. And indeed, you have ruled correctly that a senator can table documents in the course of a debate. But what requires, Mr. Speaker, to be substantiated is, yes, Senator Kindiki intends to table those documents, Mr. Speaker, from the relevant senators who address them to you, Mr. Speaker. What would be of essence, too, is a letter also authorizing him to act on behalf of those senators, Mr. Speaker. Because, you know, the question, Mr. Speaker, is simple. The question, Mr. Speaker, is simple. Senator Kithure Kindiki is the senator for the county of Tharaka Nithi. Mr. Speaker, if you are going to admit, and I have no problem, Mr. Speaker, with the decision you make, or even you admitting, but to reach the threshold of proof of authenticity, it would be important, Mr. Speaker, that you also be notified either by those senators who would either call you or they designate him to bring those letters.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, how would you or this House authenticate that those letters and indeed those instructions are from those, from those senators, Mr. Speaker?
Order, Senator. Order, Senator. I just want to, I'll be making a ruling on that, and I want to confirm that I've received the letters. They are with me here, and I will be making a ruling on that. Honorable Senators, we have to make a decision by 6:30. So I want to seek your intelligence that I put the question so that we are able to vote and know whether we are proceeding or not. So, Honorable Senators, I put the question, which is that the Senate extends its sitting time until conclusion of business at order number 2. So we will vote by roll call. It is faster, so that it is faster. So I ask that the bell be rung for 1 minute. Let's have a teller from each side.
Pata 50% extra credo bila expiry ya kupiga na ku-SMS across networks. Piga star 444 star scratch card pin hash, na kama ni M-Pesa star 444 star 2 hash. Safaricom for you.
In our daily fast-paced life, pain always slows us down. And to fight pain effectively and quick, act fast with Parafast tablets. Parafast contains paracetamol, which relieves pain.
Okay, order, Senators. There is, we are going to start voting. So take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. We can start. Okay, order, Senators. Let us observe social distance.
Honorable Senators.
Order, Senators.
Honorable Senators, division.
Get us the tellers, please, for both sides. Tell us. Yeah. Tell us. They tell us yes, Senator Kibiru. No, Senator who? Senator who? Kabaka.
Okay, Honorable Senators, division. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma. Please.
I vote no.
Yeah. No. Okay, you can. You are taking.
Yes.
You are.
Yes, Senator Kangata, please.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim.
I vote no.
Senator Boy Issa Juma. Please come to the dispatch.
Yes. Yes. I'm telling you.
I vote no.
Senator Chebeni Masi. Chebeni Masi. Senator Cherarke Samson Kiprotich. Senator Cherarke Samson Kiprotich. Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui.
I vote no.
Senator Gona Christine Zawadi.
I vote no.
Senator Haji Farhia Ali.
I vote no.
Senator Haji Mohammed Yusuf.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote no.
Senator Halake Abshiro Soka.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Hagura Godana. Senator Hargura Godana. Senator Iman Falhada Deko.
I strongly say NO, capital NO, no.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal.
I vote no.
Senator Inima Gertrude Musuruwe.
I vote yes.
Senator Kabaka Boniface Mutinda.
Oh. No.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno. Senator Kajwang.
I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech.
Must get the money now.
Senator Kangata Irongo.
Vote
I
yes.
vote
Yes.
Senator Kasanga Sylvia Mweni. Senator Haniri George. Mr. Speaker, emphatic no. Senator Kefiro Charles Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kehika Susan Wakarura.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kilonzo Mutula Jr.
I vote no.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote no.
Senator Kirenyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew. Senator Langat Christopher Andrew. Senator Lelegwe Ltumbesi. Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika. Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika.
For the adjournment? We are voting no. Yes.
Senator Loitiptip Anwar.
I vote yes.
Senator Locorio Petronila Were.
Yes. Yes.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru.
I vote no.
Senator Mahamud Mohamed Maalim.
I vote no.
Senator Makori Beatrice Kwamboka.
I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu. Senator Masitsa Naomi Shionga.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako.
I vote yes.
Senator Milgo Alice Chepkorir.
I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Moi Gideon Kiptelei Toet.
Yes.
Senator Mbayei Philip Salau.
I vote yes.
Senator Mugo Beth Wamboi. Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba.
I vote no.
Senator Mwangi Paul Gedhiomi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote capital yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Mwaora Isaac.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Nderito John Kinywa. Bwana Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru.
Yeah, I vote yes.
Senator Nyamunga Rose Ogendo.
I vote yes. Yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Omanga Millicent.
Space, Mr. Speaker, for me to vote. I need space. Space, social distance. 1 meter. Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo.
I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James.
I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno.
I vote yes.
Senator Pareno Judith Ramaita.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron.
Okay, don't crowd around. Please, let's observe some social distance. If you don't have a business there, please, let's observe that.
Speaker, I vote I vote yes.
Senator Prengei Victor. Senator Prengei Victor. Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur.
No.
Senator Mary Yane. Senator Mary Yane. Senator Wako Situila Amos.
I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Wako Naomi Jilo.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Wario Golich Juma.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Wetangula Moses Masika.
Hey, you're denying me?
Yeah.
Yes. I vote yes.
Thank you.
Senator Zani Agnes Philomena.
I vote no.
Senator Cherarke Samson Kiprotich.
I vote yes.
Senator Hagura.
Excuse me, wait a minute. My list is incomplete. Where is it?
No. I went back.
Oh, we go back.
At the start.
Where are things? Cherarke said yes.
Senator Hargura Godana. Senator Kasanga Sylvia Mweni. Senator Langat Christopher Andrew. Senator Lelegwe Tumbesi. Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Senator Mugo Beth Wambui, Senator Prengei Victor, Senator Mary Yane,
Order, senators. Take your seats. Order, senators, take your seats. Honorable senators, take your seats. These are the results of the division. Abstentions, 0. The nays, 28. The ayes, 31. The ayes have it. Honorable senators, I want to make a pronouncement on an issue that has been brought to my attention, which you want my direction and my ruling. I want to refer to the Constitution of Kenya and the standing order. Constitution of Kenya, if you look at Article 123, decision of Senate. On election, all the members of the Senate who are registered as voters in a particular county shall collectively constitute a single delegation for purposes of Clause 4, and the member elected under Article 98(1)(a) shall be the head of the delegation. 2. When the Senate is to vote on any matter other than a bill, the Speaker shall rule on whether the matter affects or does not affect counties. 3. When the Senate votes on a matter that does not affect counties, each senator has one vote. 4. Except as provided otherwise in this Constitution in any matter in the Senate affecting counties, A, each county delegation shall have one vote to be cast on behalf of the county by the head of the county delegation, or in the absence of the head of the delegation, by another member of the delegation designated by the head of the delegation. The person who votes on behalf of the delegation shall determine whether or not to vote in support of or against the matter after consulting the other members of the delegation. And C, the matter is carried only if it's supported by a majority of all the delegations. The Standing Order 78(1) says on election, all senators who are registered as voters in a particular county shall collectively constitute a single delegation for purposes of paragraph 2, and the senator elected under Article 98(1)(a) of the Constitution shall be the head of the delegation, except as otherwise provided in the Constitution. In any matter in the Senate affecting counties, each county delegation shall have one vote to be cast on behalf of the county by the head of the county delegation, or in the absence of the head of the delegation, by another member of the delegation designated by the head of delegation. Honorable Senators, I did indicate that I have received 2 letters from Senator Christopher Langat and Senator Malala. And having received the 2 letters, I've also looked at the terms of reference when they wrote to designate these members, and they said in the references that they can withdraw that delegation. Therefore, given what the Constitution says and what the Standing Order says, and we are guided by the Constitution and the Standing Orders, my hands are tied. There's nothing I can do but say that we shall follow the Standing Orders and the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Okay, next order. So we are proceeding with the motion. Senator Wamatangi, order, senators. We are proceeding with the amendments by Senator Were, Petronila Were. Yes, Senator Kimani Wamatangi. It's a point of order. We are now proceeding with amendments by Senator Petronila Were.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators, order.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I am very restrained and I have a lot of respect, Mr. Speaker, for the chair. I would never at any one time attempt to challenge the chair's ruling, Mr. Speaker. But just so that we are clear in our minds, at your own time, because you've already made a ruling, I would want you to, at your own time, choose a time when you give us a ruling, Mr. Speaker, on the substantive question that I would want to pose and that I posed earlier, Mr. Speaker. One, on whether giving the power to designate a member of the delegation to vote equals to authority to deny a member of the delegation to vote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Kimani Wamatangi.
Mr. Speaker,
I have.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Senator.
I have, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
I have sought your intervention, Mr. Speaker, you have permitted me to make my point.
But don't
Mr.
challenge
Speaker,
the ruling I've
I
made.
have not challenged your ruling, Mr. Speaker. I have only asked you, Mr. Speaker, that at your own time, please give us clear guidance. I am a head of a delegation myself from Kiambu. And Mr. Speaker, I know that at any one time, if there is a matter to be determined, I can designate a member of my delegation, Mr. Speaker. The question, Mr. Speaker, that will require your ruling is, does the power I have equal to denial of that member? Mr. Speaker, my answer is an emphatic no.
Order, Senator.
Mr. Speaker,
Order, Senator Wamatangi.
I can designate the member.
Order, Senator Wamatangi.
Mr. Speaker, supposing I died tomorrow.
I have order, Senator. Order,
supposing
senators.
a member of a delegation dies tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I respect your ruling, but I still persist, Mr. Speaker, that is a matter that you need to look at, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And then you guide this House, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And
Order,
Murkomen, I read the Constitution when I was younger than you.
Order, senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. I am on my feet. Order, whip, I'm on my feet. Order, senators. Order, senators. Senator Wamatangi. Senator Kidiomi, I'm on my feet. Senator, the whip. Whip, I'm on, Senator Kangata, I'm on my feet. There is a seat next to you. Honorable senators, I have said in my ruling that this is a house that is anchored on the Constitution and the standing orders. They have guided me in making that ruling. Let us proceed. Senator Orengo.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respect order. And Mr. Speaker, you have made a ruling. And when a speaker makes a ruling, it's like a court of law. And unfortunately, when you make a ruling, we have no recourse for an appeal. There's nobody above you. So unless there's a substantive motion for you to review that decision, we will talk until 11. I will talk until tomorrow. And nothing can happen. That is the position. And I said at the beginning, I respect the seat where you're sitting. That when you make a ruling, whether we like it or not, it is the ruling. And I may make a lot of noise, I cannot succeed. I may not be happy, or I may be happy, but that is the ruling of the Senate, or the ruling of the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the circumstances, knowing what has transpired the whole day, and I'm being very genuine. I'm being very genuine. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to be judged from the first word I uttered when this issue came before this House. And at that time, even Senator Murkomen, who never allowed me to speak, but now actually supported me, that it was wrong for us to proceed to a debate without some kind of consensus. And whatever we do, you look at the figures, 29. So, Mr. Speaker, if we continue to debate until midnight, I think we are not going to achieve anything. So I plead with you that we let this matter to rest. And the first thing that should happen is that on Wednesday, Senator Haji, the chairman of the Security Committee, should hold those proceedings and report to the House. I think we need another special sitting. And in that special sitting, we are forced by circumstances now to agree, whether we like it or not. whether we like it or not. And I think we can agree. But in the current circumstances, what I can say without fear of contradiction is any further debate will be a debate in futility, because you have made that ruling. And therefore, the motion that is before the House is the one by Senator Petronila Were, followed by Senator Wamatangi, followed by my motion, followed by Kibiru. And I think the way we are divided, I don't think we're going to see the light of day. So I suggest that that's the way we move.
Senator Wetangula, then Senator Murkomen, then Kangata.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your interpretation and ruling based on the Constitution and standing orders cannot be faulted. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Senator Murkomen, Senator Orengo, and others, we recall the long, protracted arguments we had about how, when to delegate, and whether you can withdraw the delegation. The Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is clear, and the words of the standing orders are lifted word for word from the Constitution. So we agree with you that no amount of genius would have given you a different direction. But, Mr. Speaker, I want us to appreciate that this House is irretrievably polarized because of this matter. We want to make a decision, we can make a decision and live with it. But we can't make a decision and remain divided. And this country needs us to hold it together. I want to urge you, Mr. Speaker, and these members can bear me, and Senator Orengo put it on record, that when we stood out here in Akamkunji, we've come round to where we started. And I made a very candid proposal that a recess may have been necessary for us to find a common ground. Because I for example, have a tremendous respect for Senator Murkomen, who is my distinguished learned junior. But the manner in which he has rapidly become aggressive is worrying me. Now, Mr. Speaker, his level of aggression on the floor and sometimes, Mr. Speaker, when you degenerate into aggression, you may make your point or miss the point. But when you debate soberly, things are different. I want to urge the leadership of the House that this is yet another window, Mr. Speaker, to do what we did in the last Parliament. As it is, we have Petronila Were's amendment, we have Orengo's amendment, we have Wamatangi's amendment, we have Kibiru Olekina's amendment, and it's already 7 o'clock. I want to urge that wisdom prevails. Let's not be winners and losers, let's be the Senate of the Republic of Kenya and find a ground that can take us to a direction that will help this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Orengo has, he wants to move it formally. What's your point of order, Senator? Okay. He wants to move it formally. Yes, Senator Sakaja.
We've also been asking to speak. Mr. Speaker, a great man called Francis Bacon once said that hope is a good breakfast, but a bad supper. Mr. Speaker, this process we've come through has led us here. And where we are today, Mr. Speaker, because I assure you, the members, I don't want to say on my team, it's not mine, they know what we've been doing over the last few days. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge, before Senator Orengo, and I wish Senator Orengo could listen to me, there is no social distancing and the people around you are highly suspected.
Observe social distance, eh? Sakangata and Maura, let Senator Orengo listen to what...
Yeah. Because I want to persuade you, Senator Orengo. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask Senator Orengo and the rest of the members. We are leaders of this country. Mr. Speaker, where we have reached, I believe so strongly that indeed it is possible for us to try and agree. Mr. Speaker, whoever wanted to make a point has made a point. Mr. Speaker, whatever politics, whatever was being insinuated is done. The issue of those members who were arrested, their votes are not counting now. I want to ask you, Mr. Speaker, and I know members will support, that you give us 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, let me ask. I want to ask that you give us 15 minutes to talk. I am confident we can agree. And if we don't, we'll still come back because we've extended the sitting till 9. Give us 15. Let us leave all the hearts of whatever political persuasion outside, and let's give this country hope. Mr. Speaker, it is possible. I'm glad I can see Senator Kangata is agreeing. I can see Senator Orengo is agreeing, I hope. And because, Mr. Speaker, you know, as a mathematician, what we do Veblen graphs. When you do probabilities, you say you have two roots.
What's your point of order, Senator Zani?
I'm on a point of order.
Oh.
I'm on a point of order.
He's on a point of order. Just let him finish. Let him finish.
Mr. Speaker, in probabilities and statistics, when you draw a root diagram, you have two parts. This path is asking us for 15 minutes. We can agree or not. This other one is asking us not to go. We won't agree. Why not try, even if the probability is 25%? Leaders, let's just try. We can persuade each other. Mr. Speaker, I want you to use standing order number 1. Allow us, I believe, with the wisdom in this house, with the hearts of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, give us even 20. And let's come back and say, okay, we didn't agree. But let us not have not tried on this day, Monday of August, Mr. Speaker. That is my only...
Senator Zani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just before I move my point of order, which I'd wanted to move before Senator Sakaja moved his, was to point out as a point of order that is it in order that every time this House adjourns and promises the whole of Kenya that we're going to meet and try to resolve, that we really never get to this point. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we had done this, we'd never have gotten to this point. That point, when we actually go on adjournment, is a time to plan and plot, like the way we have seen being plotted on the floor of this House this afternoon. So I suggest it is time we put our act together, Mr. Speaker. As we go on discussing, as you can see, we're getting closer and closer to consensus. If you look at the amendments, there isn't such a big difference after all. Can we put ourselves together and finally deliver to Kenyans? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I'll give Senator... Okay, Senator Murkomen.
And I agree with you. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank my seniors.
Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my seniors, Senior Counsel James Orengo and Senior Counsel Wetangula. Mr. Speaker, they have made, when Senator Orengo stood to make this proposal outside here in a small Camp Kunji, I was among the first people to agree. And if you go even to the Hansard, Mr. Speaker, when this process started, I'm one of the people who said that, Mr. Speaker, from the experience of the first term, this thing is very divisive. In fact, I told my colleagues, this thing will not end in a day. Now, many of them are telling me behind here that we didn't figure out what that will be. Those who will come to the next Senate and will work on the 4th generation formula will think it's easy, but it's not easy. And so, Mr. Speaker, I agree. Any opportunity for us to have a conversation, I am in. I am in for any conversation that this House will have to make a final solution. Mr. Speaker, let me go on record, because I've gone on record accusing you of many things. But I want to go on record, Mr. Speaker, to say today you have not only stood for the Constitution, but you have stood for the welfare of the members of this House. Mr. Speaker, they say mgala muwe na haki yake mpe. Mr. Speaker, today, whatever problems we had in the morning, making all the noise we made, in the evening, Mr. Speaker, you have closed, Mr. Speaker, with a cleansing spirit that saves our brothers, that makes our brothers, Mr. Speaker, who were driven by police vehicles from, Mr. Speaker, Kitengela to Kakamega. It makes them proud. And because of them, and through their pain and suffering, this House, Mr. Speaker, must rise up to say we can be able to find a lasting solution. So I have no problem. If we go by way of Senator Orengo, position that he brought that I was okay with, supported by Wetangula, I have no issue. But if it becomes better with what Senator Sakaja suggested, we can have that break, come back here. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, Sakaja is my friend, and I believe in team player. When I became a backbencher, I made up my mind that I will work and support those who are in leadership. Senator Sakaja has been in leadership on this particular formula, and I have been firmly behind him. And Mr. Speaker, because of teamwork, I'm going to listen to his position. If we are going to have the break, let's have it. But I just want to advise my brother one thing. From the way we have been sungushwat, Mr. Speaker, the way I did not sleep in Nyayo Estate, and it's not a joke, from the time I drove so fast from my house at 9 o'clock up to the time I went to the house at 5 to go and change to come to this session. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised I'm not even as fatigued as I thought. But to be told now, square root this versus that and this other one, Mr. Speaker, I suppose with this tiredness, we may not be able to crash everything. But I am giving a chance any position that this House may decide. But Mr. Speaker, seeing how people are so fatigued, it would be of great benefit that we take a longer time to make this decision.
Senator Kangata, then I want to give direction on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the entire debate on this issue, we have been on different sides with my brother and very good friend Sakaja, Honorable Sakaja Senator. But today, I stand to support his very good advice. We take a 15 minutes break. I will be urging members that we sit here, we discuss, then we see whether we can come up with Solomonic wisdom. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think where we have fought, where we have debated, I strongly believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, 15 minutes may be the time that is needed between us and giving this country the best solution. Congratulations, Mr. Honorable Sakaja Nairobi, for your request, and I strongly support your idea, because surely there's no need for us to keep on procrastinating. Thank you. I support and urge you, Mr. Speaker, sir, agree, please, to that very good suggestion by Honorable
Senator Orengo. Okay, order, Senator Orengo. Let Senator Orengo. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I think I had stood here hoping to move a substantive motion for adjournment, understanding order number 105. Now I'm persuaded with the contributions which have been made that we have a short break of, I think 15 minutes is too short. I think we should make it 30 minutes. But what I want to plead, you know, something has gone out there to the nation of losers and winners. This is what has polluted the air. When I stood here, Mr. Speaker, asking for an adjournment, in fact, what Senator Sakaja has referred to, showing the map of losers, I referred to that map of losers, that if we go on that trajectory, then this debate is going to be very difficult. But I agree that this is a decision that lies with the Senate. Ultimately, it's the Senate which has got to make that decision. We can't take it to CRA, we can't take it to another institution. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge you, without taking too much time, that we give us a 30 minutes break. If there is necessary to move an adjournment motion, then we can do that. But for now, give us 30 minutes. We can consult and come out with a concrete solution on this issue.
Okay. Under Standing Order number 1, I suspend the discussions for 30 minutes, and we reconvene here after 30 minutes. 7:30. 7:40. 7:40. Order, senators. Since this was a request made by the leader of minority, I give him the first chance. Senator Orengo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think some consensus at least has emerged, and the consensus is that we form a committee of the House to look into this issue and be able to report back to us before we can have a formal session, a full sitting of the Senate. And the proposed committee consists of 12 senators drawn 12. I've been advised is 12. And the first, I'm reading in the order that I have the list. And I appeal that this is now a list which has got no side as I read. It has got no color, no race, no tribe. So I read the following. Senator Johnson Sakaja, Senator Mohammed, Senator Stewart Mazayo, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Senator Susan Kihika, Senator Samson Cheregai from Nandi, Senator Kajwang Moses, Senator Anwar Ole Tiptip, Senator Moses Wetangula, Senator Kinyua of Laikipia, and Senator Ole Kina. Now, the terms that have been given to me is that they meet tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. And after that meeting at 2:30 p.m., they will set their own work program and work schedule. And hopefully, they will inform us when we can have informal sitting. If need be, we could have a kamkunji. I've been told there is the idea of a retreat is not too popular, so long as we can have a kamkunji. And a special sitting is suggested for Tuesday next week. Now, I would suggest, for purposes of having some order in this committee that is to be established, that we make Senator Moses Wetangula and Senator Sakaja as co-conveners, because we must have a reference point. And if there are any objections, of course, you'll be able to tell us. Now, I hope, Mr. Speaker, with this arrangement, we'll be able to reach some consensus by the time we meet next week. Now, the Secretariat, of course, the clerk. And we need the clerk himself. Don't delegate it to another clerk. You can have a team, but the clerk himself should be there. And then the Parliamentary Budget Office must be there. Particularly Mr. Masinde, who is very useful. He's a very brilliant young man. But the other people you need to talk to, but that is the choice of the committee. We cannot dictate for you. If we need CRA to come, that's your choice. And other players. So there's some kind of public participation in this process. Then we can have the special sitting on Tuesday at 2:30 p.m. And hopefully, next week, 2:30 p.m. Tumemaliza. No, I was speaking in Kizungu. We'll have finalized this matter. Now, Mr. Speaker, to create an enabling environment, it will now be upon you, on the basis of the instructions that you gave about the three of our colleagues who are not with us. It will now be upon your office that that process is also driven with the same kind of energy and commitment as this committee is going to do its work. So I hope that both the committee and the Committee on National Security will inform us of what is happening, so that as we reach next week, there will be no cloud surrounding our debate over this very important issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is all I have to say, because if I say anything else, it will be beyond what has been agreed. Thank you.
Senator Ephraim Maina. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, you can read from the mood of the House. Okay, Senator, I think. Okay, order. Okay. Okay, leader of majority. You can see the mood of the leader of majority. Okay.
Speaker, yes, I stand here to support this committee. Speaker, you know you had actually started this process when we had this standoff. And you had said every side give 5-5. Now this has been improved. And now I think it's beginning to get traction, Speaker. There are two other things, Speaker, that I'm beginning to see. One is we are supposed to be on recess. We're actually on recess. But our recess is being eaten so much into that, that we may want to see how to change our calendar on that. Because if we're working more and they're not coming back. But secondly, Speaker, let us not call a special meeting unless we are ready. So that we don't say we are calling this meeting on Tuesday. Let us just make sure when we call a special meeting, we call it for that one meeting. And so, up to that point, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Okay, order, senators. Now, Senator, no order, Senator. Read the mood of the House. Okay. Okay, Senator, what's your point? What's your point? You are off the mic. On the mic.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to, first of all, thank you for having reached this point. But, Mr. Speaker,
Senators, you are still in session.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point is only one. If we have reached this point in this House, I want to beseech all of us. Can we stop this active sensationalization through Twitter, through all kinds of social media? Because, Mr. Speaker, it is spoiling the mood of the House, and we create an atmosphere of reconciliation, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that. And
okay.
I must, Mr. Mutula, you have spoken half the time in this House. Okay? And Mr. Speaker, having said that, I hope, and let us also stop name calling and blaming in all the social media and what have you. Then we create a new sense in this House. And finally, Mr. Speaker, call some good men of God to pray in the meantime.
Senator Orengo, can you move officially? Orengo, officially move so that then.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I've now formally moved Understanding Order 105 that debate be adjourned And since we are on recess, I cannot suggest the next hearing date. And because we are so tired, I beg to move and ask the majority leader to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. And we are on recess, so we'll go to work on this thing that puts us together, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, order, senators. Order. Just for the record, I just want to read the names from my end. There's Senator Johnson Sakaja, Senator Mohamud, Senator Stewart Mazayo, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr., Senator Susan Kihika, Senator Samson Cherargei, Senator Kajwang Moses, Senator Nywar Ole Tiptip, Senator Moses Wetangula, Senator Kinywa, and Senator Ole Kina. The co-conveners are the convener is Senator Wetangula and Senator Sakaja. Just before I propose and put the question, I also want to take this opportunity to thank you as a Senate. And urge you that let us remain united the way we have been, and that even after we go through this, I'll ask the Secretariat at an appropriate time to organize for a retreat so that we can bond. Because it's very, very important that we remain united as a Senate and move together. Because divided we shall fall, but united we shall stand. So I really want to thank you and your contributions. And therefore I propose the question, which is that the debate be now adjourned. I put the question, which is that the debate be now adjourned. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary view say nay. The ayes have it.